Okay. Oh, so quiet. So still, so nice. What did I just miss? Nothing. You would say that BJH would approve from Big D, meaning maybe the soundtrack or the movie name? I don't know. Anyways. Yes, delete some directories. Directory 9. How many do we need? Like 4 or 3 directories removed? There you go. Center screen, bottom. That was it your movie suggestion name? Big Trouble Little Krondor? I liked it. Ah, BTLIT, yeah. Yeah, that one, the movie, yeah. You know it by acronym at this rate. Yeah, it's a good movie. It is a good movie. Okay, so looking at my notes, we're just going to Malek's Cross, right? Krondor's notes. Head to Malek's Cross next. Responsible for crawlers, Abbot Graves at Malek's Cross. The crawler responsible person. The road led east. The landscape flattened. Are we already close to Malek's Cross? Water posture. Just begun. I'm watered up, but thank you anyways. I think this is Malek's Cross. No, this is Darkmoor, and that's the real city's Malek's Cross, of course. We have nothing to sell. That's a shame. But there is a temple here. No, but I think there's a temple in Malek's Cross. Inside the building. I feel like this has been a bit lazy camera lately. There we go. Oh, a woman was moving down the road. Judging by her pace and the way she was looking over her shoulder, she seemed to be concerned that someone might be pursuing her. Afraid that the woman might be in danger of some harm, Owen called out to her. Oh, it's her again. What are you doing on this road? You're not thinking of going to Malek's Cross, are you? Sorry. Actually, the abbot of the abbey shops betrayed his students. Betrayal? So soon? Betrayed his students, and his town is being besieged by some kind of monsters. I should have known that I couldn't escape the evil that brought down Sethodon. And likely your elf friend here had something to do with it. Groff has nothing to do with it, I assure you. What are these monsters, and why would they be attacking Malek's Cross of all places? If you value your lives, you help the villagers. Find the abbot and deliver his head on a stake to those snakemen. They've promised to leave everyone else alive if the abbot is turned over to them. If these are indeed some kind of monsters, what makes you think that they'll be satisfied with killing an abbot? Who's for knowing? As of my own self, I'll be in Darkmoor drinking up the... Oh my, I left my ale in the Queen's Road Malek's Cross.
Switch keyboard.
Now I what? Where am I? I'll have none of the brew for weeks. Unless you, brave, you courageous boys, you smooth boys, can go fetch it for me. I'm going to switch soon, after the dialogue. We have quite a few other things to do. Oh, please, it'll brighten up an old Mrs. Dame, especially one that hasn't had a good home anymore. If you get it, you can come and bring it to my friend Ulam's house in Darkmoor. That's where I'll be staying for a bit. I'll see what we can do, but I can't promise you anything. That's fine, love, just fine. I'll see you then, and remember that my friend's name is Ulam. Good traveling to you. And to you as well. Be careful on the way to Darkmoor. Which one you want? You want the, Hey, do you want the dolphin one, or you want the one with the spring blossom? This is a bit more silent than brown keys. This is red keys and kind of neat. This is the spring blossom. You can see there's a spring blossom fucking thing on the space bar. Smooth boys. Nope. You don't want it. Well, you have 5 seconds to pick a keyboard. 5. Dolphin or spring. 2. Or I will pick. 1, 3. Pink. You got it, Chief. And when you got it, you got it. You don't need to worry about it. Woo. Just like that. We're ready to go again. Oh, if I will have the chat open. I opened my calculator instead. That's nice. Spring. Something with spring. Okay, so now we need to go back to Ulam. So, get old lady's brew from Alex Cross. And return to her with her friend named Ulam in Darkmoor. Just like a smooth boy. Oh, did you leave so soon? She's behind me, looking like... I like his behind. So young. Tender. Sorry, I got a bit too into it there. I mean, she would though. She would. She's drinking. She's having a good time. She could admire, you know. She's an admirer. Admirer. 26. 507. Lady. Immediately a new directory has to be made. Well, good that I deleted 4 or something, not 3. But I can do it now, but you know. You know. The enemy approached. Oh, there was someone out there. Right outside of Alex Cross. Oh, it makes sense. They were besieged. Serpent men, he observed coldly. I would have them all dead. You may get your wish, Owen replied. Oh, Serpent men. Only, oh, great. It's the RNG fights again. So he's frozen. Can you just blaze them with your Evil Seek? That's our biggest opportunity to get him. Go get him! He's alive. He's leaving. Gorath. He's frozen now, so... Can I unfreeze Gorath? With any spell I have. I know I have, like... to recover shields target from damage. Invisible armor. I don't heat him up, though. So I don't know. I can't unfreeze, can I? Just have to wait? Well, the best chance is just to do another Evil Seek. Just kill them all? Can't reach that. Let's see if I can do this. Bang, bang, bang. Well, no, the one got away, but... The important thing is we're still alive. There's more of them. Money. Key. Ah, tuning fork. The best. Ooh, naphtha. Can we stack the naphthas? No, but we can use this on our weapon. That's nice. Nafuta. Let's go backwards again. And be able to rest. I always press Q now for some reason. That's because of Bloodstone, yeah. Bloodstone had the Q to quit and save. So QS, that's why I'm hitting that button. That's why it's important, kids, to not play too many games at the same time. You'll get confused. Play 2. My personal recommendation. Okay. Now that we've all rested again, I'm always confused with one game. Yeah. What do you confuse it with? How to save in your life and how to save in Krondor? Like, shit, I should be able to load this game. I messed up. I spilled my coffee. I should do a quick load. It resembles Serpent, but at least every one of them dead. Oh, God. Just don't freeze me, baby, please. If they freeze me, I'm out of luck. Okay? This is looking good. If they don't freeze me, the thing that I'll need is an iron skin of the dragon. I'll just do it for Gorath. He's the one that can get these guys down. Owen might die in the process. We can see if he'll have time to throw another skin. Let's just hope they won't cast more freeze. Just leaving. Oh, that hurts so bad. Why is it at Krondor, not of Krondor? Because it's at the city. It's a city. Yeah. Betrayal in Krondor could work as well as at. But of Krondor doesn't make as much sense, no. It's just easier to say. But I agree with Ferentis. Yeah, Krondor isn't as a city betraying. It's just in Krondor, at Krondor, that things are going on. They keep casting that spell. I got you now. The Serpent Man. Stay close to him so he can't cast spells at least. Just leave. Should be good. Oh, you still get frozen. Okay. Guess we just gotta gamble still. But they keep using their mana for this. Come on, Gorath. You can do it. Oh, that's a turn lost. Oh man, because I got... What? So I lose because he's blinded for one round? Wow. That's a bit of a dick move. I get it if I'm frozen. If both are frozen, but if one is frozen, one is just blinded for a short time. It's like, oh, it's over, we're dead. Give it up at this rate. You won't make it. So I guess the mess... Yeah, it does not work the other way around. Yeah, that's true. The best bet is actually just to damage these ones with Evil Seek. Because I think damaging would have better RNG than to cast shields and hope for no freeze. Because there are 5 of them. So if I get 2 Evil Seeks with Owen, I think that should be good, you know? So he could probably take this one out, 1 hit. Yeah. Frozen. on Goraf. So now, if they would blind Owen now, we would die. 71. Oh my god. Oh, he's dead. He's dead, Jim. Seek the evil! Smite the evil! Don't panic, Owen. Oh, nobody died because of that. Oh, they're very strong on health as well. Looks like we're dead. Betrayal of game mechanics. Technically, it should not be possible to win a fight against 2 or more spellcasters. Yeah, because they could just do that. Well, I guess 3 or something. Let's say 4. It depends on you. If they would be smart, they could always win. Okay, so Owen could take some extra potions. Graf doesn't really need to. He has the Nafta. Could something protect him from the spells? Could he do this to his armor? No. Flame root oil. Any frostblade weapon that came into contact with the brown blue fluid will instantly return to normal temperature. Could that be a spell as well? We can see. It could apply. Let's play some music. He's better at music now, by the way. Listen. He strums the tunes a bit hard. But he's playing the song now. Hey, Fedekin. Spellcaster and smart don't go together. Yeah, not necessarily, no. So, let me save the game on Favona. Fuvalavo. We could probably try. Can we go around these? There's possibility to just go around them. Oh. I guess there's another group. Oh yeah, just 2. Good start. Oh. Where's your last move, Gorath? Or you always had 3. That's right. Hey! And now I'm dead. No, he blinded Owen. What? What's this movement? I'm like so slow here. What's up with this? Nah, I'm dead. Okay, but these are just 2. Chances are we'll be able to get this in like 3 attempts total. This is what Betrayal Krondor is, everybody. Where were they? I don't see them. Are they to my left? Goodbye. I don't even get a turn in. The funny thing is, there's no such thing as improving your speed in the game. So your speed is determined just by this, you know? This is set by default. And like that fight, there's absolutely nothing I could do to warrant that fight, to put it in my favor, except for wishing, praying to Raymond Feist that, why? Please. It's just RNG. Just gotta do it again. He's like, yes, you will die. You will die and you will die. But eventually you might succeed. I don't care. 1 iota. 79? Stop! Stop, I say. So we can't reach him with this evil seek, but... I just need to kill them quickly. The only thing Goraf can do is... step closer and then die needlessly. Aye. I can't kill both of them, unless he's empty of mana. Good gamble. What? He didn't die? Oh, he was the one that was strong. Oh yeah, are you leaving? You wanna leave? Oh yeah? See you never. I might just take that fight. That's kind of a bullshit. Oh, Goraf's suffering from death. But you know, it might be enough to get into Krolgis. Oh no, they're here too. They're on the other side as well. Do we have? Are these the groups of 4? What's wrong with this terrain? That's 5 of them. I mean, it's a better chance that Goraf can stay within their range so they can't cast spells. It's a much better chance. This might be doable. Doable. I just don't quit, I guess. Just to die. They'll die quickly though. They have no HP. So, good job there, Owen. Lie down and die. Think about what you've done. So there are 5 here. We've got money to use some restoratives, you know. Not the biggest of deals, I think. One more F for the group. So, could you just speed up your near-deathing by using your herb pack? Healing. Would this help some way with the herb, with the restoratives? If I would rest. We can't sleep here though. Okay, so he gains like a... Oh, we're out of rations. We can't do that. We don't have any more food. So we're out of food as well. Were we that low on food? Well. I guess if we're that low on food, we should go to Malak's Cross. And the rest, and heal over there. So yeah, use your... I mean back to Darkmoor, yeah? Did I say Malak's Cross? I meant Darkmoor. Seeing the same ads over and over is fun, I know. Welcome to the unsub life, Spider. The only way to get out of that is subbing or being the streamer yourself. That's good. You don't get ads on your own stream, I've realized. That's pretty good. Hey, hey. Is there a shop here? Most importantly, yes, there is a shop here, but also a taverne. A taverne. Come back to this place. Play the bard, you little man. 31 monies. So we need to buy some. We can rest for max. I'm technically my own tier 3 sub. I know. I'm spending, you know. I can spend on my own stream. I don't think it was like that before. What was it, Spider? In the before time, when we were streaming in 2017. I think that wasn't the deal. That you were just broadcaster. But I think because of all the badges and stuff, they added that in or whatever. We need to rest normally first. And then we can rest at the inn. I'm going to buy 3 sets of 14 because, no, we don't have room. Okay, then I do care. I was gonna say because I don't care, but apparently I'm not that cool. He has a frosted armor thing. Oh, I didn't use it on Goraf, okay. So it's frosted. But that's technically just against bladed fire weapons, so. Before being affiliate or affiliate? No, just affiliate. I think I remember watching a stream that he jokingly said that he was paying for his own sub for fun. Okay, so rest outside. Parding increase. We paid for our food out there. Recover, Goraf! I think I'm gonna give him more restoratives. He's not healing anymore. Heal. Come on. Yes, you can do it. Look at you healing now. Good. We used all our rations. But it's cheaper than restorative wasting. We can share a pack of 7 at least. Oh, we can share more than that. What? Did it disappear? Did you see that? 414, 114, and we shared it and it was gone? What in the world? Is it a spoiler or something? What? What? It's not... It doesn't stack anywhere. We're being jibbed. They're taking our money. Is it here you can use a tuning fork? No. You need to pay for bot subs unless you're a partner and you requested a free bot sub. Okay. I thought you just heard it back in the day. Maybe that was even longer before. Free mod subs. No, mods are expected to pay. No. Oh, he had cheaper rations or something, I guess. Can I sell the sword to you? No. They do have free lifetime subs as an option. Oh, you mean... What? So a partner can give out a free lifetime sub. Oh, for actual human viewers. For human viewers. I see. I am human. I would like that too. He's just assortment of blades and shields, but does he accept swords or shields? No. Yeah, not sure I'm ready to be able to become someone's partner. I too am human. We are human together. Hello. Now we can buy 14 for Owen. What was the deal with that glitching out? I couldn't stack the rations. I bought it. I bought a lot of them. We're staying at the inn. Hello. We're staying one more day. Thank you. We're gonna use, he has his NAFTA on. That's good. We got fully healed. Yeah, being the mod is the most stressful job in all mankind. Can't imagine the worst position to be in. They're not surprised, but they're stuck between the rock and the hard place, right? No, this time it's better. Maybe we can manipulate that. If we go close to the wall, we can probably get a very crammed fight. Okay, Owen, you're the only hope. Evil seek! Seek the evil! We can only gamble. Whoops. Well, this is not enough, Evil Seek. They keep targeting Goaf though. Ah, you missed! Uh-oh. Oops. I'm dead again. Oy vey. So, how do you protect yourself against the freeze? Just a magic shield? Does that work? Maybe. Maybe it works. So, attempt number 2 or number 3. Okay, so if I go into the wall here. I'm gonna go into the wall, agree to attack them. I'm gonna fight in the wall. This should make the space very, very low. No? How did I get the worst amount of space earlier? Maybe I was looking towards them. Wow, how is this fair? How is this? How is this a thing? Like, what are they thinking? I can't even get a turn in, mostly. They're having a laugh. Go to Malak's Cross. It'll be fun. Yes. Yeah, protect. Just wear more socks. Goraf, put these on. What are they? They're alpaca. What? They're alpaca. They'll protect you from the freezing. Okay, I'll take them on. He goes prepared to fight. It's like... Oh, I didn't believe they were going to actually throw those at your face. I was thinking just it was a cold thing, you know. Sorry. How did I get this crammy? The cram one. Did I work like this? No, it's the same. I can't get the cram location. I wanted to be crammy. There, that's crammy. It's not as crammy as the first one, but it's kind of crammy. So if I would... Is there a way... Let's see here. Shields target from damage. Invisible armor. This is just one spellcaster. That doesn't work. Let's just see here. Hot Show's Haven. 14. Good luck, Graf. I mean, that's good. He sets this guy from not doing spells and that one. Let's see what happens. Hot Show's Haven? No. Still frozen. Still frozen. But a lot of them now can't cast spells. They're kind of stuck with Goraf because of the small location. We can win this if we're very lucky. Because you see, that guy in the back can't target me. Uh-oh. But if Goraf dies, a new question arises. This is my best chance yet, team. He will die, and then he will die. Not yet, okay. If I go here... He can cast spells, but he will die when Owen's next turn is. And then he can cast Evil Seek. It's the best bet. Gambling here. Oh, he died actually, yeah. Blinded. Oh, that's not the worst. We can do it. Seek all your HP into evil. He dies, he dies. He's the strongest again. Okay, bang bang, and then he has no HP left. He's leaving? Yes! What luck! He's not moving. Oh, he's not getting away. You're staying. Fuck you. Okay, that was actually super lucky considering how ridiculous that fight is. Hey, Bean Curry. F to them, yeah. Don't root for them, Rontavan. That's barely a scratch. That's Krondor for you. Barely a scratch. Okay, that's true. I'd have to... Owen had to exhaust until his tiniest amount of HP of all the spells. If you do that in real life, that's going to be... You're going to be out cold for the next day. Rontavan, don't get any ideas, okay? I see you in the chat. If you get more ideas from this, I'll punch your knees. I'll punch your knees. And if you get your knees to buckle, that hurts. You don't want that to happen. That's a casual threat, by the way. Oh, this is nice. Horn of Alagago. This can summon beasts, by the way. We need that. So we should probably rest first, and then we can pick that up. Yeah, saving, definitely saving. Oh, yeah, even though I just saved. Yeah, that's a nice smiley. For sure. Rest. Yeah, this one is paradoxically very useful for that fight. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice to give them after you would needed it, man. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. It sounds good. 2 hounds. I can't see what I'm looting here. They're just a pile of serpent men. Pouch. Who has the blue? You have the blue. And then this we can sell and we can come back to it. Can stack this one? 4. Is this for the counteract enchanted blades? Very specific, isn't it? Leave it. There should be 5 of them here, but I can't see. I can't see what's the end of it and what's the. There's another corpse out here. Was it from before? Yeah. Malak's Cross. Do you think we should go in? Yes, we're going to Malak's Cross. Ah, we're in. Yeah, just do a Pete Townshend on that loot and you'll have 2 spaces for loot. I mean, yeah. That's true. I just, it takes so much time. I could have done it off screen, off stream. I guess we could Pete it up. Brave customers tonight, and I thought I was going to tend the harp with these puny lads. How have we merited bravery, barkeep? Haven't you heard the stories? Why, there's sneak people about, roaming the streets, stealing babes from their mother's arms and giving sheep the blue heaves. Stole the gambles right off old nursemaid Finch's house and plugged up the gutters at the Abbey shop. You don't seem to have had any difficulties. Ah, no, I wouldn't. I lives here and don't have to tread the roads. Catches close up shop and some prating student likes to rumble the locals. So you think this is all part of a prank? Come off it, lad. Snakes that looks like people and running about stealing chickens? If it's not a joke, then I'm a Gwali's uncle. Of course it's a prank. What'd you take me for, an old buggering gaffer? Now, what can I do for you today? Petrum. Do you know an old woman who goes by the name Petrum? Yeah, she comes in and drinks on occasion. You looking for her? Actually, no. We ran into her and she said she left something behind the last time she was in here. She asked us to pick it up for her. I'll say she left something behind. The keg of Keshian ale. Good thing I didn't drain it myself. I'll get it for you before you leave. Thank you. I'll leave. So you can buy food here. How much food can I get? I can get 7. Cannot get 7. That's fine. It's fine. I don't have room for the cash. I don't have room for it. Do I? Did I mess up? I don't have room for it. Do I? Oh man. I'm not gonna get the cash in ale, I guess. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna reload in case something bad happened. Oh, there it is. I got it. And it's... Okay, so they did save me from soft locking myself. Yes, they will be in the bag. That's good. So now we just need to get to selling. Maybe we should play the loot. In any case, we had more of these. He's just a bard master though, 83. Nice, health and stamina increased. It's 107 loots. Do you how long how do we Can I stack skills or do I have to go out of the menu first? It's 85. It was 83, right? So that works. It's too many. The loot's too good. It's like Stradivarius quality loot. I don't think Stradivarius made loot. Maybe it's a Fender loot. Fenders are good. Gibson? No. Gibson is weird. I don't like Gibson. Too much money for something that's just right? How you guys doing? Yeah. Getting my money's worth. How's his skill? From 83 to 85 to 92. This is fun. Oh, yeah? Okay. Just for you. 92 barding skill, by the way. And then Goraf can take the rest. I know the rhythm now. No, I was too early. Okay. No, too early again? Bam-ba-da-dee, bam-da-da-dee, Skrundar 100! There was a bag here, right? I left. Could put other stuff in the bag. You ready, Goraf? Oh, he sucks. If only they could have made a different way to do this, you know. I'm shredding like this. Come on, Goraf, you can do it. I missed the old tune, you know, when they sucked. It was much more fun. Poopa pui. You asked for this content. Or you maybe didn't, but you're here anyways, so. 38 left of the loot. Just to save some space. Oh. Increased. Poodle boy. He's half shit. His fingers have to be blistered as shit now. You know those calluses you get if you haven't played the string instrument in a while? Graf's fingers right now. Whew. This one is quite repetitive. You don't like the song? $19. It doesn't even sound like the song anymore because we only heard the beginning. Yeah, those 2 seconds are the best part. Three left. That was 97. Was that it? Fucking broke. Yeah, you only need to know the first part, you know. 57. Oh, we lost one. Now I can pick up another weapon here. From the dead bodies on around the corner. Ooh, a yem though. Koltari poison. What can we sell in this place? Was it weapons? Shields, or was it gems? Shop. Armory. Please take a sword. Thank you. Nice. Do you take the Koltari? Yeah, you do take the Koltari poison as well. I don't think we should need it. If we would have needed it, it would probably get to be a shop down the road, you know. We'll definitely keep this, but I think we'll keep it on Owen. We can probably use items even though he's melee ranged with somebody, you know. Use that naphtha on your sword. 82. Figure I'm not gonna bolt anybody anyway. Oh, so cozy music. So relief from danger. Oh, we could stack them. What? Oh! We had to stack them more appropriately, I think. Oh, wait. Is that another thing? I think it's another thing, yeah. What is this, son? So temporarily enhance the metallic quality of their swords and their armor. Temporarily enhance it. Metallic quality. Okay, well we have a bunch. We have a bunch of 12 here, so you can take the other bunch. I didn't see that. And this damn tuning fork. Don't get it. Sold it. So the oilcloth is 260. This is super swell. It would be nice to have some oilcloth with me. But I do still have like naphthas and other things, so I'm not going to buy them. Those are whetstones. 13. Yeah, we'll probably find whetstones along the way also, so I wouldn't be too scared about that. Okay, I'll pick up the rest of the things outside. Sell them too. Just maximizing some money. Sort of one left. We have 2 notes. We probably don't need the 2 notes anymore. Let's see. Is this an old note? Nayla's rib. An emerald is required in conjunction with Nayla's rib to properly invoke the Lord of the Void. Lord of the Void. Yeah, we wouldn't need that note, right? Sometimes you need a note to give people. Maybe, or maybe they're just as if they've read it, then I don't know. It's difficult to say. I just don't want to get to lose an item, and it's like, yeah, well, tough shit, isn't it? Yeah. Whee! Right back in we go. Oh, so much money. Oh, yeah. It's good. It's good. It's a lot of money. Where are the corpses? There was 5 here, so must be something left. Did I loot 5 of them? I'm not sure. Ah, that's fine. Okay, now. It said needed rests. Rests like so. Save it. And now we can try to talk a little bit more in Malik's Cross to find abbot graves. Maybe we can't find abbot graves here. Buy some more food. 12, 8, and 14. Well, we're gonna go out on adventure, so I'll take some more. Adventure requires a lot of things. Barding. Oh, we already played. Oh, wait. Oh, I got the best result. That was beautiful. Talonkeeper said, reaching into his pouch. 106 sovereigns. I sang the song perfectly now. That was beautiful, he said. Thank you. So, hello, Temple. Talk. I would motion to the figure across the room. The man walked over to join them. Abbot Graves. Who was this guy again? You have picked an inconvenient time for a visit. I have business to attend to. Why would Pantathians be interested in attacking the bishop? And why would they blame you for it? The citizens are terrified, fleeing the city for fear of their lives. They blame you, Abbot. Please, I don't know why they would make these accusations. I'm not responsible. I would not be responsible. If you're thinking of fleeing the city, I wouldn't advise it. We've been told that some of the townspeople intend to make you a present to the Pantathians as a prisoner. The Pantathians don't take prisoners. They kill once they make their minds up on a target. It would be murder. It seems that the Pantathians are willing to do worse than that to Malik's Cross if you aren't turned over to them. Why don't you tell me why they're here? Perhaps we can help you if you help us. Agreed. They're here because a certain spineless brother of the bishop looked up and said, I am meant for greater things than this. He was unscrupulous, unflinching, dedicated to a singular selfish cause. With as little conscience as a man as when swatting a fly, he arranged that this abbot should be caught with a sum of money that was discovered missing from the Brotherhood's coffers. Naturally, the brother then assumed the abbot's place. But you weren't able to keep the secret, were you? Someone discovered your deception. My plan was seamless. As perfect as the most perfect pearl, but somehow he found out. So we struck an arrangement. The Crawl agreed to silence as long as I contacted Pug and arranged for a magical tutor to be sent periodically to Malik's Cross. The tutors never knew that not all of the men they trained were nobles, and things went relatively well for 4 years. Then, Pug discovered the truth from one of the Crawler's men in Krondor. Pug withdrew his tutors, stripped us of our books, and left me incapable of fulfilling the details of my secret deal. So the Crawler made a new demand. Since I could no longer train his rogues, I was to uncover a certain magical relic for him to forfeit my life. I refused, and his Pantathian masters were not pleased. I responded with a few of the boys that Pug's advisors had taught magic, nobles, but Apparently they were overmatched. The relic the crawler wanted, was it a book by any chance? I would say no more. The time has come that I made arrangement for my escape from Alex Cross, and you two may be my only hope. Find Mitchell Waylander. Oh, that dink. I don't want to talk to Mitchell. And tell him what has happened. And tell him I don't want anyone else hurt. Once he has made his arrangements, return here and tell me what I must do. What? We can't help a criminal escape justice. The men and women of Malix Cross aren't at all concerned about the criminality of my axe boy. They know nothing of them. All they know is that the Pantavens have asked for my skin, and they will do anything they can to protect themselves, even if it means turning over an innocent man. That is the justice they believe in. If you can still find me guilty after your deliberations, then don't bother coming back. You love the word dink? Yeah. The dink is a good word. It feels small and insignificant. If you call somebody a dink. Good morning, all casual betrayers. I'm gonna refill my coffee. To get hot coffee. By the way, it's like Satsuma season now. I'm gonna check what's the right proper word for English. Clementine? English? Clementine. What was it Satsuma be then? Satsuma. Citrus fruit, gastropod. It's not a Satsuma. So it's a Clementine. Do you say Clementine? The Pope? Pope Clementine. So I finally bought some clementines and they taste great. For me, that's December, you know. It's some black coffee, clementines. I usually did that when I was working with the programming. You know, I was just like... And I was drinking coffee and eating clementines in the morning, just programming. When I did my video games. And earlier when I went to 1 year of school for that. This is how I usually type when I program. You have to also have you bend your back forward like a cashew nut. Oh, how much would this cost to bless? Hey, that's not too bad. I thought it was going to be more expensive. Is it a bad bless? No, it's a 3 bless. It's a 3 bless. That's great. So this is Limskragma, 14, 9, 10, 71, and then plus 15. Thank you, Temple. Thank you. The skin-colored shirt looks a bit... Oh, yeah. Hey, Fragmental Stew, how you doing? You know, it's strategical choices, you know? Strategical choices. People come to see the skin. Thought maybe it was Barbarian cosplay. If I could... Yeah, it would work. I could have my nips covered, you know? Oh, you know what? Yesterday? Oh... I ate so much pizza last night. I haven't had so much pizza in a while. That was a bit heavy for me. My dad's birthday was yesterday, and he loves the pizza and you know, casual junk food to celebrate stuff. So we got the pizza in a local pizza, and we ate a lot of pizza. We got a mega-sized pizza or whatever, a big pizza and a medium pizza. Yeah, a big and a medium. And we ate so much of pizza, and felt so heavy last night. But I realized that I'm eating healthier now because the pizza just weighed me down. So that's the thing. You love pizza? I'm doing good, Fragmental Stew. I hope you are good too. Yeah. I think men are allowed to show nips on Twitch again. What? Are they? No. There was a speedrunner I used to watch back in the day called Caleb. No, wait, not Caleb. Caleb Hart, right? Caleb Hart. He used to only stream shirtless. That was his thing, because he was just built and he was just streaming shirtless. So, and then suddenly Twitch came up with the, no, you're not allowed to be shirtless. Yeah, but he couldn't either. He had to have shirt on. But, so he couldn't do that anymore. And that he hated wearing shirts, he said. They changed the policy twice. Okay. Okay, well, for that sake, no. Hello, Echo. How you doing? Yeah, you can check the current TOS if you'd like to. I'd be curious. So, how should we get more information about this? So, we need to get Mitchell Waylander, right? Get Mitchell Waylander for Abbott Graves in Malex Cross. Okay, so that's our next to-do thing. Wait, what did I miss? Nips. No. Fragmental Stew just thought I was not wearing a shirt because it looked skin-colored on the thumbnail, so that's the reason why he checked in on the stream today. He's like, oh, finally I get to see some nips, but he didn't get. And now we're questioning about if the current TOS is to allow men not wearing shirts or not, because it usually was not allowed to have shirtless male thing, but maybe it's allowed again. You too? Nice. Nice. For those who present as women, we ask that you cover your nipples. We don't permit exposed underbust. Cleavage is unrestricted as long as these coverage requirements are met. I love that. That's a very nice rule for Twitch to try to give out. We do not permit exposed underbust. What a society we live in. Oh, you know what? That should be that should be on my fucking door frame. That should be on my door frame. We do not permit exposed underbust. Strictly prohibited, no underbust. Cleavage is okay if it meets certain requirements. Enter the door at your leisure, but please abide by the rules. That's a great phrase, by the way. We do not permit exposed underbust. Overbust is fine. Just put two bottle caps in place. That's my favorite word of the day. Oh, a phrase, I mean. It's just like, because it's so good with the time we're living in, you know? And online. That we have to have phrases like that to be a rule. I love it. They could have said no boobs. But because Twitch knows money. Well, yes, boobs, but here are weird restrictions to make it look good. So we need to look for the old lady here now. Yeah, because, you know, Twitch. They need the money. They know where the money is. What's this? Is the lady here? No. There's no lady here, so she wouldn't be in the tavern. It's rather late, I guess, to visit her, but... Do we have a shovel here? Yeah. They're a serious company using serious terms for body parts. Yeah. They use the best rules they can to make sure people are still allowed to expose themselves for their good looks. But still look good for ads. That's why those phrases are so funny to me. Oh, 47. Saving face. Every step, every move you make. Okay, what's this? The moon hung in the cloudy sky like a pale lantern. "Come in," said a gruff voice. They opened the door to a small dwelling and walked into a room lit by close to 100 candles. Shadows danced crazily on the walls, a sight so distracting it took Owen several moments before he noticed the strange old woman sitting cross-legged on the floor. No words were exchanged when he walked across the room and sat on the floor in front of her. "I shall speak of the Rusalki." I think we've heard this one before. As the woman spoke, she began to rock gently back and forward, her gravelly voice taking on a song-like quality. "Innocence lost, lost spring blossoms robed of carnal bliss, the goddess of death, their first kiss, their first kiss." That's a great combinated emote echo. I'm facing the exact right location for that to work. Candlelight flashed in the wetness of her eyes as she continued. "They will shrink away from her touch. They hate her so, hate her so. Find the magic touch, or you too may feel her icy kiss." The woman's head dropped to her lap, and Owen got up to leave. He started to speak, but thought better of it. They left the house as quietly as possible. It's fine. So, Lady should be back in Darkmoor, remember? The bonder was close out. "You in there?" called Owen. "We wish to speak with you. Ivan Skald sent us." So this is where Mitch the Waylander lives, apparently. There were rumblings from inside the barn, and after a few moments the door began to swing slowly open. What? To swing slowly open? Yes. And what happens next? Why did the abbot wear a cross? Because the ketchup couldn't cross. It's a chicken. No, wait. How does that go? How did the chicken cross? No. How did cross? What does the abbot say to the cross? Jesus Christ. No. Again. If there's a... No. What would be the chicken if the... No. It's gotta be something there. But this is weird. The door begins to swing slowly open. Yes, I know you're referring to the abbot from Malek's Cross. And also, Aphroventus, be careful. Don't cross the line of spoilers, remember last time? Remember last time? I said, bam, boo. Don't give me any hints unless I'm asking for specific hints. What was in my coffee? Beans. Beans, beans, beans. Ketchup. Ketchup and beans. Beans. Hey, Ennis man, how you doing? But we should have... there should be a lady here. Le Black Beans. Hey, Infinity, how you doing? Return to me in Darkmoor. My friend Ulam. Ulam. Her friend is Ulam, and this is Darkmoor. 1 to 3 house. This is weapon house. 1, 2, 3. We checked all these. Oh. Again. Petrum opened the door. There it is. Petrum. Surprisingly alert for an elderly lady who made a trek from Alex Cross to Darkmoor unescorted. She greeted them with a broken-toothed smile and motioned for them to come in. Shaking his head, Owen remained rooted in the doorway. Sorry, we don't really have the time to come in. We just wanted to check in and see that you made your trip safely. Oh, aye, she replied in a thick burr. That I did. And what of you fellows? Did you come by chance to get me the cask I left at the crates row? Yes, that we did, Owen said, giving Gorath a meaningful glance as he handed over the cask. Just where you left it. Oh, a better light I couldn't hope for, she gushed, taking the cask. Once she had set it inside next to the door, she put her fingers to her mouth and whistled. Oi, Ulam! Where did you put those things I told you? From the back of the house they could hear another woman's voice replying. Though they couldn't exactly hear what was said, nodding, Petrum told them to wait a moment longer. Disappearing inside a darkened interior. Here they is, she said, reappearing after a few moments. With a quick motion, she shoved a few trinkets into Owen's hand. Nothing all that special, really, but you keep 'em, all right? Again, the voice from the back of the house rose, but the time the words were faintly discernible. And don't you let them in the house! Better strangers are nothing but trouble. Rolling her eyes, Petrum sighed apologetically. Sorry, I've got to go. Before Ulam lays a cow again. Thanks and again, gents. You were lurking a bit and never properly said hi. Hey, don't worry about it, Infinity. Just lurk all you want. This is a very lurk-friendly stream. So don't worry about it. But if you come to say hi in the chat, I will say hi back. So that's a threat. No, I say hi to people who want to be hello to. You know. Hopefully I won't miss it. But sometimes I miss it too if the chat's fast. But yeah, lurk all you want. We got a few trinkets, she said. I didn't get any trinkets. Or if they were like these trinkets, but... Might have been, actually. Hey, that might have been. Yeah, that might have been. Can I stack them? No, you can't. We got a lot of them now, though. These are steroids. The yellow ones. What are the red ones? Concentration. Improves swordplay for a short time. And Deltail Milk. That's ability to defend oneself during combat. 20. Okay, so we got a great amount of stuff here. This is 3. We can use the swordplay potion a bit. Say hi to me, or else I'll say hi to you. Or I won't say hi to you. Or else. Or else. How does a milk make you defend better? Stronger bones. No, the milk doesn't make you defend. Yes, yeah, the milk does make you defend better. Yeah, it is. What is it called? It's stronger bones. Calcium. Calcium. You know what also makes stronger bones? Breaking them. Oh, they really call it Typh's piss, yeah. Yeah. It's piss. Called Typh's piss among mercenaries. So, you know that your bones become stronger after being broken, so they build up stronger, so they can become more durable. It's actually quite weird of a phenomenon, but yeah. So imagine if you continually break your leg, you get big bone. Harder to break, but most might also cause problems, you know. So what breaks you makes you stronger. As well, yeah. Of course. So, shall I, instead of selling these steroids, just abuse the steroids? Oh, we got 4 lockpicks over here. Yeah. So, he peered outside. The door began to swing slowly open. get in then. Fucking run in it. So the door was closed tight, but then it began to swing open. And it should be able to go in. I don't get it. There's this room that some martial arts schools used to have their very young students bash wooden dummies, expecting the bones to get tiny fractures and then builds up stronger. No, but I did hear it's... Oh, maybe that school is an urban myth. But I think that's science, that breaking the bones will build up and make the fibers stronger. I've heard doctors say that. So I'm no doctor, but I've heard that on 3 different accounts. One similar to the martial arts school that you mentioned. One from Chubby Emu, the YouTube guy. And the last one I don't remember. Oh, preoccupation dollar senses. There's chests behind there, but... Ooh, Yamagik. Yamagik. It's fine, though. We do what we always do. Feeling good. Rest assured. Rest one more time. No, we can't. Yeah, but that doesn't mean breaking bones is a good idea. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, even though it would scientifically make you stronger in some way, it's like, yeah, but in the process, it's kind of bad. But you could have mini fractures. Still not good, I think. Kung Fu movies show people abusing themselves and holding uncomfortable situations for hours to strengthen the mind. Gee, it's all real. To a certain extent, things can be helpful, yeah. But I think spiders aren't something excessive. Breaking of bones, excessive, whatever, not. You can manipulate your brain to believe a lot of different stuff as well. But brainwashing is one thing as well. You know, you have to take into account. Weren't there more dull chests behind there? Or was I seeing blue? Was I seeing something? Yes, there were. Well, maybe not more dull chests, but the chests. Yeah, I would never let it go to the point of breaking bones. How we been here before? I don't think we've seen this one. Okay, new riddle. New riddle. You guys can solve it in the chat if you'd like, because I'm not reading it. Here is the riddle mode, not reading chat. I think this is new. So let's see here. It can pierce the best armor and make swords crumble with a rub. With a rub, oh. Yet for all its power, it can't harm a club. Crumble acid. But acid could... Acid? But couldn't acid harm a club? Piercing the best armor. Yeah, acid, right? No. Oh. What can't harm a club? You can rub something, so it can't be like a thing, like a needle. Age. No. With a rub. Make swords crumble with a rub. Rust. You can't rub rust. Rust doesn't pierce an armor. Rust slowly corrodes an armor. But rust doesn't harm a club, at least. I don't like it, the answer, if it's rust, because it doesn't pierce anything. You can't rub rust. Crumble. Oh, it can. Swords can crumble with a rub after it's really rusted, I guess. Yeah. Rust. Yeah. Yeah, Pierce is. I don't like Pierce. I don't like the use of the word piercing armor in terms of rust. Pitting corrosion is still rust though. Pitting corrosion, yeah. I guess, and as well as poetic license. Even more steroids. Yeah, it's okay. The thing is, you did have like a rust as a guess. But it would I don't know, the piercing one was but it's still good. We got it. Hello Minisk, how you doing? And welcome in Dragon Smoke. Always good to have you. Is that another chest? Is it another one? Sock! Okay, same procedure. You can spin, wheel, and twist, but it can't turn without moving. 4 letters. You can spin, wheel, and twist, but it can turn without moving. You can spin, but it can turn. What? My chair's making so much noises, I don't like it.
Now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to watch Stealthygolem.
Who said that?
Where is it?
I don't want to see the chat. Who said that? I don't know. I gotta read it later. Welcome in. Coffee. You can spin, wheel, and twist. But it can turn without moving. Time? No. Time is just in the sense of a clock, I guess. To spin, and it's a wheel, and it's twist. You can twist time. It turns. No, that's with stretch. What can turn without moving? Oh, this is good. This is a good one. This is a good one. I think this is a good one, right? Can spin, wheel, and twist, but it can turn without moving. Does that thing, turn without moving, mean something metaphorical? Like an emotion, like a mood. You can't spin your mood, but a mood can turn without moving. No. Not really, because spin, wheel, and twist sounds very... object. Is it like a loom? No. A loom needs to move to be able to turn. You can spin the loom now. Could you spin the wheel and twist? You can turn without moving. That doesn't make sense, the last part. But I like the first one. Makes the loom fits. But no. You can spin, you can wheel, and you can twist. What is wheel as a verb? Is that a verb? Wheel. Verb. To cause a turn on or as if on an axis. So to wheel something, to turn on an axis something. Okay. Maybe that's a thing. Axis? No. An axis wouldn't be a bad answer, because you do an axis is around the moving point, you know? No. That's way too mathematical of an answer. So far I have loom. Axis is like a D tier, but I didn't like time. That's like F tier. I don't think looms need to move to turn. Whatever turn means with the loom, I don't know. What things can spin? The round. A disc. CDs won't be working. Circles. Disc has 4 letters. A disc can spin. Wheel. Twist? No. A disc can't turn without moving. Yeah, no, but if I think about a CD, it will move. It will turn. No, that will spin. It won't turn. Okay, so not disc. That makes it weird. But that would be a CD, so just dumb. Dumb anyway. Okay, I'm gonna guess those two. Loom and axis, and if those two won't work, we'll go to the chat. But I give it 1 more minute. Sun? No, it's 3 letters. Day, night and day, sun. Turn without moving. The sun is in the still sphere. Else in the can turn. No, that won't turn at all. Okay. No. Moon? No. That moves. Okay. Loom and axis. It's not loom. Could it be axis? No. Okay. I don't know what it is. Let's see what chat has made up. Let's see disc. What? Could it be disc? No. Dist. Let's go. It's you, Dragon Smoke, said coffee, okay. Fate. Spin, fate, wheel, twist, fate. I don't know, maybe. I think he can ignore the top line entirely. Maybe. Once again, one where one don't understand the answer. It could just be axis. Yeah, exactly. It could be axle, you said also. And disc. You also said disc. Road. Oh. So you can wheel and twist. Spinning roads are weird. Road is nice, but a road doesn't really spin that well, and you can spin. No, the thing is, Infinity, I like to solve it without using the letters. So the thing is, in this game, yeah, you could probably brute force it by just doing this. So I can press like la 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 and get. and probably brute force. Because if I see a certain set of letters, then I'm like, oh yeah, I see it. It's road. And then I wouldn't have solved it. But the practicality of the letters in half sequence would remind me of it. So that would, for me, defeat my purpose on how to enjoy the riddle. Let's see road. Road is a decent answer. No, we don't have it. Time? I hope it's not time. No, thank God. So we're doing this together, I see. So, okay. Okay, now we're doing it together, chat. For those who haven't looked it up yet. Mind. So now we're back to the mood thing again. Spin mind, wheel your mind. You know how weird it sounds to wheel your mind? I don't think it's mind. Milk! Oh, whoops! See? That's what I talked about. Suddenly you can solve it without meaning to. Milk! So you churn, you use the... No, what? You churn it. Yeah, but you don't... That's not milk isn't the answer. Yeah, you turn it. Not turn. It can turn. Milk can turn bad. Yeah, one of these days is going to be egg and I'll be ahead of everyone. Egg is a very popular riddle answer though. Yeah, milk is weird. So that's what they meant about it can turn. Nah, that's really weird. What? Yeah, what's wheeling milk? You can wheel, spin, and twist milk. It can turn without moving. That makes the last part makes sense in the riddle. It can turn without moving. That means things can turn bad. It will be a great part of a riddle. Yeah, the top was just weird. If the top part was something else to incline, something cow-like or whatever. It's a weird one. The top is just you, not it. Yeah, exactly. Just, it's a weird one. And shitty loot, by the way. Shitty loot. Okay, but back to the thing that we were doing. Oh, so that's the idiotic part of the riddle. You can spin, wheel, and twist, but it can't. It can't turn, though. Well, that could be a lot of things. It didn't need to be just milk, then. If the first part is just about what you can do, and the other part is... That could be a lot of other things than milk. Yeah, so meat would be an answer, too. What do we do here? We needed to stop... Talk to Mitch the Waylander. You remember that we had those signets? We left them, though. We didn't need them. I can turn it, too, by my awesome powers of neglect. Houses and stuff. Stomach can turn, too, but 2 million letters. Yeah. A lot of things that can turn in that sense. That was one of the weirder riddles I've seen. Where do we go? Can I go talk to the abbot again? I'm going to talk to the abbot again. I don't really get it. See if anything has changed. We just saved so we can just reload back. Did I go past? No, I'm here. I'm doing well, VB. How are you doing? Good to have you here. Don't know if I properly said hi to you yet. Look at the barrel. Nothing. Have you spoken about it? We haven't located him yet. The citizens of the town won't wait much longer. It's imperative you find Mr. Waylander. Now go! I have a few final details I must attend to here before I leave. Return here when we find him. But we found him, right? I don't have any item clues to use. We can try to use spells outside. We remember that was part of the quest for the Moral Dell reading earlier in the chapter, to use a spell to progress. Maybe we need to spell progress somewhere here. Maybe we can force open the door, or we can detect life. We can detect life with the spell. No, detect vessels. That was it. Detect vessels of... Depends on if it's enough vessels of life or not. And we can't go in here. We need a ticket for the speech, so there's nothing to do. Pretty okay now that my ISP decided to cooperate. Oh, you have trouble with your ISP. I actually had an ISP issue myself. Just recently. I just couldn't... I couldn't watch a stream, and I only got like 180 or 160. What is it? 180 bit rates. And it closed off and on again. Thankfully, it wasn't during a stream, but really weird. I rarely get issues like that. I have a fiber network here in Norway. It should be top of the line. But there has been a lot of snow here, so there's probably some sort of storm responsible for interruptions or possible road work. Let's see here. Caster can sense trapped chests, can sense vessels. Vessels, you mean just the same thing as a spyglass senses? Okay, we got nothing else. Yeah, it was weird. I was getting portal error messages. My router was bad. Yeah, my router is super old as well. The internet got stuck in traffic. Yeah, you never know, you know, when it's traveling across the cables, maybe there's some sort of traffic jam. I'm gonna check for a clue. Because we were reaching the point where we can do infinity with searching, or just get a clue and then go from there. So 5 meters of Waylander. Head to Sloop. Head to Sloop. So that was not the barn. He was not in Darkmoor. So this was just something else. This was a red herring. Sloop is north of Malek's Cross. Yeah, road work in bad weather would do that. Yeah, but sometimes they're working on, because the thing is with fiber in my area, it's a constant, or not really my area anymore, but around the place, it's a constant digging process. So many times it can make issues with new buildings and new ideas on which road they'll decide to cover. So it can happen, sure. So sloop should be north and slightly west. Sloop, yeah, here. Go through Silden. We can go to Romney soon, guys. Oh, we can listen to some great music in Romney. I'm looking forward to it. We can go to Silden and say and give him the finger and run away though. We could find the temple, but I think we're good on rations to travel, right? 2:14, 12:4. No, 12:14? 12:14. It's decent. We don't know what we will cross on the way, though. So it's actually in Sloop. So that would have taken me a long time to realize that I had to go to Sloop to find him. My God. It's a temple, but... No, we're good. Crossed on the road. Graf stopped with a face bearing signs of frustration. He turned to Owen. The path seems futile. We need to find the Book of Macross. Perhaps a scribe might be our best source of information. What do you know of scribes in southern Midkemia? The vaults of South are, of course, replete with scribes. Brother Mark could help us there. Also, I've heard about Abbot Graves of Malek's Cross. It was... Yeah, I know. We just talked to him. So we don't want to go further. Where are we going? Are we going the wrong way? No. Well, if Mitchell Waylander is in Sloop, why aren't we allowed further? Wait, we are allowed further. Do they want me to return to Abbot Graves now and then go back to... What? What are they saying? They mentioned Abbot Graves like we should talk to him for the first time. But that doesn't make sense. Because we just talked to him. Game? You want to be weird today? No rest for the wicked, Gora. Let's see if there's some new dialogue. Hey! Thank you for the... Let's do that sentence again. Thank you for the raid, Liverbest Gibbs. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. How you doing today? Thank you so much. One clap to you. Actually, because we just added the soundtrack, I'll do a proper welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you, Liverbest Gibbs. How you doing today? What were you doing? Thank you so much for bringing your peeps over to my peeps. We can talk. We can make an arrangement. How's it going? Let's see if we can find anything new now that they have decided to talk to Abbot. Have you spoken? We haven't located him yet. No, it's the same dialogue. You're playing Doom too. Ooh, cool. So I just have them in my mind. You call your followers the liverwursts. You like the golf clap, thank you. I have an applause too, but save it for special occasions. You know. So that didn't help at all. And I know from the guy it said he lives in Sloop, so that was a very weird thing that they were telling me to go back. And we can still move forward. GZ do with map pack obituary. Cool. So my knowledge of Doom is mostly from internet osmosis and my childhood. Funny story, I was playing... Oh, this is the pay us the tax 25. Fine. I don't give a damn. Go away from me. So I had Dog mama. Again, I don't know what that means in English. I forget dog mama. English. Daycare at my home. Until I was at the age of 4. So from the age of 4, I couldn't have a kindergarten thing. So instead, before I attended school at the age of 6, I had to just be chilling out at work with mom and dad. So I played video games, you know, instead. And then they allowed me to play Doom. So I was 5 years old and I played some Doom and I liked it. So that's my Doom story for like, I've played it since I was a wee child. But I haven't played it a lot after that. Rest for the night, I guess. So, how far is Sloop? Yeah, we only used keyboard. That's true. It was the real way. Isn't it still the real way? It's only mouse ports, like added ports now, right? Do that. Mitchell Whelander coming for you. He said a house in Soup. Oh, fighting. Hey, Abuk again! Greetings, traveler. I'm Abuk, picker of locks and teacher of souls. How may I serve you? You said you were a teacher. Would you be interested in teaching us how to pick locks? Abuk is always interested in making money. Yes? You must open yourself to new things. Okay, I think this is the same thing as with James and Locklear. Okay, this is new dialogue. Cantrip, this is a word that Abuk does not know. Perhaps you will teach me. Just now, as you were demonstrating with the lock, I noticed that you motioned only very slightly with your right hand. A casting gesture. What sort of spell did you just effect? You observe keenly, but I'm not of the magician's breed. I know nothing of Kajunlo, and yet I have this ability. I may take a seed of knowledge and plant it in the fertile soil of another man's mind. I have done as requested, however. I have taught you something of the art of picking locks, and our deal is still as valid. Agreed, but a bit of advice if you want to keep your secret hidden. Make sure that your students keep their eyes on the lock. Perhaps you should arrange it so that the sparks flew from it, or you had it painted in a shiny color. I know that many people of the tricksters who pose as magicians use that to keep people from seeing what they are doing. Sleight of hand, man, I guess. We both learned in this exchange. Your advice is appreciated, young magician. My thanks. Travel to the sun on cool sands. Our paths may one day cross again, Abuk. Until then, toodaloo. There was a mouse in the original, but no one realized how to use it. Modern keyboards don't really work for keyboard only, though. Yeah. Well, I play it with the keyboard only. That was a jam. Hello, Lonely House. No one here in the Lonely House. So, did only Owen learn lockpick? No. Okay, that's a shitty amount of lockpick, to be honest. That's not much at all. Can I go back and buy more lockpick? Because that's a shitty amount. No. Okay. Was that like 5 lockpick? That's blah. Locklear got like a lot, or was it James? James got a lot of lockpick from that. I'm crying slightly. So this is to Silden, right? To Silden. Smell like bad fish. This is a town that poisoned me. Tavern. We try to talk to people in here. Oh, we can play music. The Kingdom Mind, and notes filling up as well as guiding him forward, quietly began to sing the refrain. Kingdom Mind with this kingdom mine, with my blood I've paid to God against all opposed. 68 sovereigns. Hey, Joftas again. Nice barding there. Yeah, we're great. Great barding. Spoiled rations. Great stuff. I'll just leave. Kajunlo. A dragon's breath. Flamecast. Skyfire. Hotchoshaven. Eyes of a Shab. Night Fingers. Naker Kikitsekatris. Nakrakikitake. Wukutu. Okay, what's that? It's Nekrakikakakuku. What is it? Battle spells. It's a field spell. Naker Cicatrix. Caster can sense magic items. Sure. Sure. Haggle. Sure. Skin of the Dragon. I would love this for Patras. But I guess we won't buy this for Owen if we can't meet Patras. What was the other one? That seemed... Was there one more that I didn't know if I had? I do have Eyes of Bishop, don't I? Nah, we'll use it. Try to remember to use it though. Is Kajunlo a real word? No, I think it's just like magic. Magic in this world. Kajunlo. Some sort of gesturing of magic or thing to do. I love the slight solo in this. It's very bluesy, right? It's kind of bluesy. It really had some emotion to it. I love emotional... Not emotional music as in... BB King actually wrote that track. I love some great games. The music that's... Soul, I guess I should say. Music that has some soul. I really can feel that sometimes. That's why sax is so good. Because sax can have a lot of oomph to it. I remember going to some jazz concerts before, and it's like, if you can feel the soul, it's like, oh yeah! You can feel the power behind it. Okay, so we're just going north. On the funny darkness road. Oh, we should scribe Naker, Kickatrix, Cicatrix. That's a weird name. And we're gonna check if we had Ishap. Yes, we do. Naker, Cicatrix. Sense magic items. Sure. Now, the road to Sloop should be nearby. We're still continuing upwards towards Romney. This is a far, far way off to go to get to Mitchell Waylander. Very far, actually. So this should be Sloop? No. What kind of city is this? That's nothing, I guess. The barn. The fields. And then this would be Sloop. Weapons in hand, 2 men stand face to face. Okay. Take off the grid. They all have metal on them. But they're melee. Scale the dragon. Gorath. These are easy. The world map is a nice precursor to Fallout. Yeah, it's kind of the same, but you don't walk on the same way, do you? Or do you walk when you have the world map open? I thought it was like, yeah, you just travel. Oh, that was a very good time of Skin the Dragon. You point and click on the world map. Oh, okay, you do that. I thought it was like you went somewhere and it just automatically goes in the direction and you have to just gamble. Right? I think I've seen the bit of the game. Yeah, this fight is easy, man. Just lay down and die, okay? Goraf's too strong for you now. He had those potions from the potion seller. 102, he's also enchanted, so. My lights aren't as efficient now. I'm getting sunlight in over there. I didn't do anything about the door that I said I was going to do something about. Strength increased on Dr. Goraf. Dr. Goraf. I don't want the brightness, I want the darkness. It was dark yesterday, why can't it be dark today? Ay. Okay, so how far are we away from Sloop? This should be it. Start looking at the houses nearby. The weight of the stair. This is the house of Madame Hafra. Futures. No, I never paid for this future thing. Go away. I don't believe in fortune-telling business. It's poppycock. Hello? No. We should wait until morning. Let's not sleep. Are there enemies nearby? What the? Okay. Where? Okay. Okay. Enemies nearby in Sloop. Didn't see anybody. There he is, Mitchell Waylander. I don't have time to chat right now. I've got Glazer's guild business I need to attend to and far too many pots to glaze before the sun goes down this evening. You've come from Malak's Cross. Albert Graves sent us. What about? Townspeople in Malak's Cross are calling for his head. He said that we should come and ask for your help. He's gambling quite a bit that I would help him. Of all people. If I hadn't accepted his connection to the Crawl and the Guild of the Romney, the Guild War might never have started. Blast him. Deep down, I know he was trying to help us, but the trouble he caused, do you think they will truly attempt to kill him? I can't be convinced, but the abbot seemed convinced. He's wise enough to know. All right. I will give you a note to give to the abbot. There's a Glazer's guild office in Malak's Cross, and they should be able to help him out. But I'm calling in the last of my favors. I'll probably lose the guild, but this is for a friend. I'm sure he will appreciate it. Thank you, Mitchell. So do we just go back now? Or what? Do we just say goodbye? We could go to Romney though, we're so close. Should we? What? Galilee's jewels. Gobble on these jewels. Skruba gip pop pop skrittit skildo twi. No, thank you. Galilee's jewels. I guess we're just gonna go back. Are we really? We can't pay for it. No. I'm not gonna pay for it. We can just walk on the main road and be tired, and walk on the main road and be tired, and walk on the main road and be tired. I mean, sure. This is a bit of an... Oh, they were not alone. Found the events. Found the people. Found the people. Oh, he's hiding behind a tree. What a clever ruse. Nice. Good job, friend. Just keep defending. Ow. He might shoot. No, he won't, actually. Easy. My limbs crag my sword. Blessed to the third count. Ain't no thing like a chicken wing. What you got? Oh, we got some decent money on him. And this blade I can get to sell. Rations on the way too. Oops. Would have a lot of room for these, but what, you have? Oh, you have more spare room like that. Leave the rest. Yeah. Ooh, restoratives. There isn't enough room. Yeah, just drink. Trink. Oh, wait. What? Did it stack? No. Wait. They shouldn't stack like that. I guess. Now it does. Usually that's a boo-boo. That doesn't do that. Yeah. I guess we can take the red crossbow with us. See ya. Don't wanna be ya, 'cause you're dead. High five. Thank you. Okay, just log on to the road. Hello, other corpses we found. Heyo! Gotti, as they say. So I think we just lock onto this and we'll eventually get to Silden and then we can get to... Oh, more people. So you spawn people on the road now, but now they're super bad, so I don't care. They decided to just respawn these people. I don't mind. Ow. Hit for 20 though. Could admire that. Now I need to get my screens more bright because of the bright outside bright. See, I need to work with the against the weather here. There. Good. And now my key light. Good. So much to do, so much to see, so much. We need rest. Oh, no, don't go there. Back up. So we could just walk across here. Ah, what a detour. Yeah, whatever. Take your 25 lousy points. Monies. You lousy people. Back to Malak's Cross we go. Pam, pa-da. This is unnecessary time to waste. But whatever game you do, you. Again. Can dig up these. Maybe they would have something to dig up as well. Because they're just outside of Malak's Cross. At this rate. They defile the grave. Oh, oops. Oh. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. No, not like this. This is not exactly what I was expecting. Ow. Okay, now you mean business. Gotcha with 4. Go on, Owen. I didn't mean to do that, but I'll take it. More health and stamina. Oi, 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 nice. And strength as well. 16 doesn't really matter though, but we'll take it. So nobody. Nobody? Could save. That was awkward. New directory already. Uh-oh. Just the body he gagged. Just the body. Oh, that's a lot of shovels used. Finally. Got a use for them. Found a wraith. A shade. A corpse in the night. Gonna pour me another hotter one. Yeah, Zelda coffee. It tastes like lunk. Hey, would you mind working on our... Oh, I did... Hello? Okay, you want to be like that? Okay. Okay. The thing is, the camera is a lot bigger than what I do here. So it can still see me behind it, so sometimes zoom. Come on! Now it's out of spite. There we go. I think it's a learning computer. You know? Tastes like blurry. I need to make the camera a drink to the past. That deserves a golf clap. That was a good one. Bravo! Bravo! So now we brought the note to the Abbot Graves. Have you spoken to Mitchell? He has a plan that he believes will work. He sent along the details. Takes a bow. Well, since nobody else did it, and it's a new sound effect, I'll give it to you. Bravo. Good pun. Good pun. He has a plan that believes will work. He sent along the details. Tactics, tactics, tactics. Always tactics. A justified end to my life as an abbot, I suppose. A priest brought down by the pawn. Circle closes. It's not too late to do the right thing, Abbot. You have a chance to strike back at the crawler. You can tell me how to get the relic so that he doesn't gain it. Tell me how to get the Book of Macross. And I say Macross because macros, probably right, but I only think about Macross. Book of Macross. I said Macross again. I've never heard of it. I transcribed quite a few of the books that came from his library when he left Midkemia, but I believe I would have remembered reading a book by that title. I know very little about that magician except for what is written Pug Sir Thomas's historical commentaries of the Riftwall with the Surani. No, the crawler was after a magical sword that was reputedly lost near Malek's Cross in the dim past. Personally, I don't believe the Guarda Revanche is anything but a myth. Guarda Revanche. Ah, sounds majestically great. A historical sword is what the crawler is after? Question mark. Guarda Revenge. Revenge. Should have been lost near to Malek's Cross in the past. Book of Excel macros. Hey Lars, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. More Krondor. Beautiful, yes. Welcome to Big Trouble, Little Krondor. You just mentioned someone named Thomas. Who is that? Thomas? He's the war leader of the elves in Elvandar. I consort to Queen Aglarana. He was very close to Pug, as I understand it, and I believe he also spent some time with the macros. Perhaps he may know about your Book of Macros. It's a lead. Thin, but a lead. Thank you, Abbot. I think we have a book to find. Perhaps we'll meet again under happier circumstances. Unlikely. Unless you set your feet on the road to Kesh, I imagine that's where I go next. Goodbye and farewell. Kesh, is it? Good luck. Have you ever seen the theory that no one gave Kurt Russell the script for... Yeah, I've heard about that. Is it true? It's just weirdness. He was just on for the ride. It's not true. Yeah. He's just like, dude, just react. What? Abbott. Graves goes to Kesh. Where the hell are we? What was that? What'd you do? What now? He doesn't understand anything in the movie. More food for the road. I got so much stuff here. Oh yeah, we're going to sell this blade. There we go. Now we got food for the road. And 2 notes we don't know if we need.
Come in and take a seat.
Hey!
Not you, Robert. You have to go.
Thank you for the raid, for the fire. Ladder 42, Firefighter Radio. How you doing? Thank you for the raid. Warm welcome. Thank you so
That's a
much.
follower.
Thank you for following Paru591. Thank you so much. Welcome to Betrayal at Krondor. Yes. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the raid. The lighting, the Christmas lighting isn't working that much because somebody decided to have sunlight in here. That's known as the sun and me not covering up for the sun. It's fine. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the fire, for the big honcho raid. Appreciate that. How are you? How were you doing? Let me get my words straight. How are you and what were you doing? usually I just like to mumble the words and maybe someone will guess it. Bring all the people in. Spatter's here, yeah, Spatter's here. Welcome in, welcome here, A45. Wild Arms, yes, the first one. I have it here actually. It's one of my few game collections that I have. This. It's like a childhood game for me, but I got stuck though. This one. Camera! Work with me today. There he is. So I got my original copy with me. So I'm pretty happy, but this is one of my RPG childhood games as well. They have the manual and the CD still. Great. Hey Celine, how you doing? We're not talking about Spider here, we're talking about me! Sup? No. Thank you so much for the raid for the fire. Yeah, they're bigger, right? So the thing is, I got around 10 or 12 PlayStation 1 games on display, and this is one of them. MIDI is great. Yeah, we're listening to some Malix Cross MIDI. Chunky jewels. They told me. Yeah, the NTSC, I had some of those as well, because we were at, usually, if we were trying to get more exclusive RPG games, me and my brother, we would go to the main city, the national city, because they would have stores that had NTSC games, because some of those games, RPG games, you couldn't get in Europe. Or at least not in local shops, because it didn't sell much, you know? So we had to go to a special place that had NTSC copies, so we also got our PlayStation chipped, so we could play NTSC ones too, with the laser reader thing. Nice, good sound device. Roland S sound canvas, yeah? You all have... Okay, now you guys are very smart in the chat here. But anyways, let me continue playing the game. And thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it so much for the fire. You're very kind. Get your PS chip so we can return to you in case it runs away. Yeah, nowadays that means something else, doesn't it? Back in the day, chipped did not mean that we could track you. But these days, it means you can track them, you know? Okay, and then rest here. We got a lot of stamina and health now for Gorath. 70 and 75. You can rest to 46. And 34, not too bad. Not too shabby. You'll play Rise of the Triad on Road one day. One day. Okay, so... Excuse me, what were we doing again? Oh shit, I forgot. Not he went to Cash. Oh, we talked about the historical sword, Garda Revanche. Yeah? And that was it? What are we doing next? Oh yeah, we're going to Malix, the one who had the Book of Macross. Which country was it? Which country? I mean, which city? Where city did he mention? Yeah, the Elven land, Everland. Even Elven land. Eldpoint, Wolfram, Dencamp, Wyke, Raglan, Cairn, Sargov, Armengar, Lamut, Caldara. Maybe it's in the woods. Huh? Elvendel, was it? Right? He called it Elvendel. And he is going to Kesh. So... Where's Kesh? So maybe in here. I don't know. Zune, Questers, Krondor, Tanniers, Darkmoor, Eggley, Harlech, Tirsog, Eldpoint, not Elvendel, and Wolfram. Kenting, Prank, Sloop. I guess we're going towards Sethanon and into the woods. Probably. Which chapter am I on? I'm on chapter 6. Yeah, this game is furious on the enemies they give you. It's basically an RNG simulator. Because you have spellcasters, sure, but they can't cast a spell if somebody's next to them. So it doesn't really matter if they're a spellcaster. And also, if you get 2 debuffs, frozen or blinded, or whatever, you just don't get to fight. So I could lose a combat in 1 turn, and I've had that happen more than 1 time just in this stream. But Chapter 5 was the worst. Chapter 5, you got pitted against 6 and 7 enemies at the time. You had Patras, a new mage who's useless, and he starts with a basic armor, and so does James and Locklear, because he didn't have better armor back on the characters. So every hit they took was around 72 and 50 and 60, which means they died in 2 hits. And if they walk up to Patras, he couldn't cast spells, and he also died in 1 hit. So Chapter 5 was a big mistake. But... I mean, we got through it in the end. Had to repeat a lot of parts. But yeah. Got through it. The enemies are vicious. Yeah, you didn't have the wrong weapons. The game is just a mess, Raptor. So, Chapter 6 also starts with Gorath and Owen in Krondor, and going to the sewers again, and you get people that are enchanted weapons. So easily do a lot of damage to you too. So it's a really tough game, these later chapters. More lockpicks. That's good practice. 1 ration. No mind if I do. Just 1 ration. So I'm guessing what our chances are is to find Elandil the Boundable. You had the really strong weapons, but very easy to miss attacks. Yes, exactly. So that's also why I'm saying it's an RNG combat simulator thing. It's fun, but for example, I had a fight with 4 spellcasters. Or was it 5 spellcasters? Maybe it was 6 even. I think it was 6 spellcasters in Chapter 5. And I did it the first time lucky or something, because they said like that's the most difficult fight, one of the most difficult fights in the game. First time I got it. And a lot of the other fights that people said, oh, these are easy, I couldn't manage. So it's all about luck, my friend. It's all about some good old luck. So we're currently in Lighton or something. Are we past Lighton? Probably past Lighton, close to Sethanon. So we're going to try to get to Sethanon. We haven't really been into Sethanon yet. There were shades outside last time, and we didn't dare to go through them. So this is probably Sethanon, yeah? The game looks amazing. This is 1993, remember? So, considering what we had around 1993, this is very, very good. Games should not look this good at this time it got released. Just save for 27. So yeah. Quite right, Raptor. This was ahead of its time. This should be Sethanon. And no shades are in front anymore, so this is a new city for me. Lovely city. I see. As much of a fixture in the myths and legends of Midkemia as the stories of the gods told by priests in the temples, Sethanon was nothing more now than a sad old ghost town. In passing a low brick wall which had been overgrown with ivy, they were struck by the words that had been painted there in sheep's blood. Remember us. Enter and look. Oi! Oi! Dragon's Breath. Danon's Delusions. Grief of Thousand Nights. Ooh! Oh, they sound interesting, but Dragon's Breath is spare. I got no room, says Goraf. These should be spoiled. Yeah. Nice. How much is the rope? 14? Combine the rope. No. Read. Read. And then this one. Dragon's Breath. Just keep it. You have it already. Just keep it close nearby. '93 was a good year for the games. Doom, X-Wing, Myst, Master of Orion. Doom came out in 1993 as well. Pretty good. Oh, instead into the crevice. No, but that's fine. Guess the link didn't show.
That's a follower.
I see it. It doesn't show on the stream. But it's fine. Thank you for the follow, Raptor. Appreciate that. Oh, instead into the crevice. Standing on the rubble of Sethanon's ancestral keep, he was shaken by the sight of the thousands of Moradel bones which had been used to fill the gap into the underground. However interested he was in finding out what lay below, he had no desire to burrow through the moldering bodies. Except for another time in the story where they will be excited to do that, right? Right? I do still have the game I bought back then. Oh, awesome. That's great. So here's the thing about me. I just didn't grow up with PC RPGs at all. I just grew up with console games, and I played PC, but I just played action games and stuck to 1 or 2 games mostly. So my RPG experience was limited to JRPGs. That was what I was comfortable with and what I just bought. So PC RPGs for me, since I started streaming, has been kind of new, so I've been enjoying my ride. You never grew up despite what my ID says. Well, there you go. Yeah, people stop aging. Spider 2, just 12. Given a small house, a farmer who called himself Covey invited them inside. They talked for several minutes about a variety of topics, but Covey's wife grabbed something they could take them with them when they left. Could we get you stripping lads something to eat? You stripping lads? Strapping lads something to eat. Yeah, Darklands is on the list. I think if you see it right now on the About section on my stream, you have Darklands as an upcoming game. So yeah, I know about it. I played it a little bit actually. It's really looking cool. It's amazing that an 11-year-old will be interested in retro games. Yeah, you know, it's weird. 12 though. Darklands is complex. Oh, I know complex. People have been known to traverse and watch these streams because they keep saying, "Thank you, Golem, for playing these games. I have no idea about what I'm doing." And I don't know either, but I like figuring them out. I'm not saying that I'm a master of these complex games. Yeah, see, VB strives on complex. Just burnt out fires. So where do we get to? Hey? This should be a way up. Okay, we've already moved past it, so follow the road to the north. You might have gone past it, so going to backtrack a bit. We yawned. Yeah, yawned. The real Dark Ages. Came with a huge handful of the map. Cool. Okay, my dulled senses. Uh-oh, it's magical trophy time. You know what we do about these? We don't care. Scuba de bwee. So, Skid of the Dragon. Excuse me. Thank you. I'll be leaving now. Believe me, I am leaving. What the hell is this crap? This is a poorly designed puzzle maze combat that they really didn't think through. They really didn't think through. I just shield myself from damage and I am fine. Also, they're quite boring. Yeah, one can pass through, and even if I don't abuse the engine, it's still simple. But that's just Cephalon up here. So how could I get to that road? You see this on the map? There should be a step right up into here, but I didn't get to find it. Maybe I just have to walk more forward. I tried to. I tried to do that. Couldn't get it. So this is probably just a river running through here. And this is also high count. So you go into the south. Yeah, there should be a road up, you know. It's like this elf with the Colonel Sanders beard. What? You mean my group? You just mock my group. Was that a slight, good sir? Did you just slight my group? Back in the day, games were made with more enthusiasm and moxie rather than judiciousness. Yeah, games were made quite with a passion. And not only that, games were made... So this doesn't work. They didn't have a great formula for games. The past, the dimwood. Which you think would lead the best? This road leads to Krondor and the west, they say. Or we can go to north, okay. For days they moved the mist, the moisture soaking their clothes and chilling them by night. When at last the mountains sloped downward, the fog lifted and they found themselves standing at the edge of a great wood. Where? Oh, here. So this looks exciting. Exiting. And people are here. So I love the old games because they're so separate from each other. People are just trying to figure out what's gonna work, you know? That's the lovely thing about these old games. Now it's basically, you follow a sort of formula, at least for AAA companies, okay? I do make reservations for indie companies. Indie developers are good at being creative and having an open mind, but AAA companies tend to follow a sort of, this formula works, we can put this in and put this in, but stick to the formula and go forward like that. So they can grab things along the way that seems fun, but you know what works, keep it straight. Just stop the spellcaster is a good idea. Dana's Delusions creates illusionary character. Oh yeah, that's the one. Grief of Thousand Nights. Opponent held. I'm going to held you. I'm going to held you, opponent. You're held. Look at the man. There's a series? I thought it was just one game. Well, it's true. It is just one game. Just one game all over again. Like FIFA and right? You got to admire the creativity with FIFA, NHL, and Madden, you know? Yeah, music's good though. Are you mad, you say? Madden? Maddened. My heart is out. Oh no! It fell. The heart felt. The heart felt falling. It's there. It's Christmas vibes, but it's just, it's kind of, I go like this. Yeah, Blades of Steel is good. No. The best game is Ice Hockey for the NES. You gotta have the Ice Hockey, you know? Well, let's... I can't write Ice Hockey. First, I need to... I haven't fixed my my browser thing yet for the stream, so I gotta do this first. And then I can do this. Beat each other up, everybody! This is the best hockey game. Fight! 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 Ah, that's a decent fight, but there's no big fight. Why are you not fighting? What kind of long play is this? What kind of long play doesn't fight all the time? That's stupid. You prefer battle chess? ADC? NHL 94. You like NHL 99. I think people like what they grew up with, honestly. Mostly. What am I carrying around? Double rationed. Does that make sense? Battle just best sports game. Changed my mind. Just sleep until there. I don't know if I want anything more. I mean, Battle Chess is great, though. It is good. So we have a little bit of a... You know how slow it is? You know what? When I'm me and my friend, we played it on in his house. You know how slow this game is? I think this is even slower than what we played it on. You know, they have to move away. If, for example, a unit behind somewhere is going to move, then they have to move away from them, animate, and then animate back again. So it takes so long to move. Oh, that's a... Oh, it's a move! It's a daring move. Well, you gotta do it. Computer thinks. Check! You crazy lady. You played 1400 Swedish krona for Chrono Trigger and the adapter you needed to play NTSC games. You did that, Lars. Holy hell. Not me, your dad. Oh, that's still a lot. Your dad is very dedicated. Amiga is great. So I'm going to explore the Amiga library much more after a while. I have it kind of set up. I have an Amiga computer setup thing, emulated. I got help at an earlier date from Telerian, I think his name was. So he helped Manafay with her Amiga setup, and he decided to... Nice enough to help me as well. A wrinkled hand pulled open the door. Yes! Croaked the little man, his frail voice crackling with age. Owen smiled. We don't mean to bother you, sir. What news have you of the area? The old man dropped his head. Oh no! I've hit my keyboard. Uh-oh. He was crying, at least. During this journey, I spotted a black-robed man with a snake-like face. You think he is the source of your problems? Questioned Owen. The man sighed. I wish I knew. But not. Now, what am I to do? How shall I eat? I left behind my only iron-jawed trap. I would ever be so grateful to have it returned. You shouldn't be affected if you don't stay long. Oh, affected. With a concerned look, Owen turned to Gorav, then faced the man again. We will see what we can do, he said. Please, can I get it again? No? We've come to talk to you. I don't want to talk. I'm very tired. I just want to sleep. My trap is several vergets to the east in an unlocked box. Return when you found it. Several vergets? Several vergets? A verget? A verget is a varying measure of land, typically 30 acres. How big are acres? How big are acres? I'm Norwegian, you see. 40,046 square meters. That's a lot. Okay. Yeah, you can help me if I have trouble running. Thanks so much for the help, Dragonsmoke. But I think I got it. I think, well, if I remember, I know how to do it. But I might contact you later than if I'm going to play more Amiga games. But I might got it working. Okay. An unlocked box. An unlocked box to the east. An old man's house just inside the southern forest. Return to him when you find what's inside. So on the map, it will be here. So several vergets to the east. Several vergets, 4,000 square meters each verget. Could be a lot to the east. Okay. That sucks for you, old man. We can open up the map, though. At least Betrayal, Krondor Betrayal map. Hey, oh, you map, you go. So he should be here. Man needs his box stuff. Yeah. So from here. I know we've been to Krondor, but has the betrayal happened yet? Several mini betrayals has been happening, yeah. There's a lot of random betrayals. People tricking each other. People touching each other. A lot of just mini betrayals. So, it was said about something poisoned or affected. And we're still going to the elven place, you know? Oh, we're fighting people now. So where could that elven place be? I'm thinking in the woods, you know. Fight for your life, Owen. Oh, this sucks. Okay. You just gotta get close to the mage. Just defend. Okay, I can reach her. Can also miss her. No, you ain't running. Poor Owen. There we go. Look at our speed. Sorry. Defense increased yet again. Owen's burning with fire. Steal my desire. Burning desire. Steal my fire. Hula lila. Skrin skran skrango. Sorry. Again. This is what it sounds like when I play games alone as well. So don't worry about it. Or worry about it if you'd like to. 10 rations. That's good. Oh! Mouse! It's a bit weird. It needs mouse fix. I can touch this one ration, yeah. I'm done with them. Done them. This is the first time I traveled to these woods though. I'm gonna save more often now. Mega the best game music was not completely false. Did you guys see the movie? I haven't seen the whole I haven't seen the whole video yet, but Ahoy on YouTube just made a new video about 16-bit music and the chiptunes and whatever, and he praised the Amiga. You should see that. It just got released. Ahoy. A-H-O-Y. You might have known about him. He's a very popular channel. Beware dangerous forest. Okay. Should I be? Hey Caleb, how you doing? You just randomly come up with songs and sing them to yourself while gaming? Sometimes, yeah. Well, if I'm alone, it depends. Sometimes I might be in a singing mood, but I guess if I'm very silent and alone, then I probably won't be as vocal. But sometimes I am, you know. Sometimes I just put on a song and just be crazy. Depends on the mood. They're giving me these Queegans. I have a certain doubt that we'll find Elvendel here. Or Elven Place. Let's see. Let's see here. How do I get to... Oh, see here? The sound... This is interesting. I've done this already. How do I defeat Pantaven Serpents? Watch out for the Pantaven Serpent priests surrounding the town. There are a lot of them, and they are very difficult to kill. Stock up on restoratives if you can. Ah, I got him, though. They're difficult, but... Oh, yes. The entrance to Elvendor Forest. Through the mines of the Macmordain Kedal. South of Lamut. Oh, okay. So I need to go to... Macmordain. Western side of the road, south of Lamut. Okay. So I'm currently in the wrong place, but I'm also I'm currently going towards the right place. That's something. Everybody's talking about Spider's Plan currently. Oh, you're so popular, Spider. Look at you. You've got them. And I don't mind. I'm not doing this in spite. I think it's lovely. Because I do really care for Spider as well. Oh, can I stack these? I really want to stack these. Sometimes you can stack them, sometimes you can't. Let's see. Swoop, the whoop. Yeah! So I guess you just have to have the right amount. You just have to... Oh, wait. We don't need this many lockpicks. And we don't need to abuse the steroids now. Stacker! No. Now you know my secrets. I'm a stacker. That's right, I'm a stacker. What of it, huh? What of it? You caught me red-handed, Jarl. What do you want? You want my family? You want my family? Take it! I don't care. put it back. Doom doom ba-dum doom doom bum ba-dum doom Am I singing Super Mario World 2 music in Betrayal Krondor? Yes. Why? Yes. Also yes. It said dangerous forests. Oh, what in the world? Is that a scorpion? Is that a large scorpion? I don't know. We need technology. What is that? Is that a scorpion? I don't know. Enhance. Looks like a scorpion to me, sir. I don't know. Still, we gotta look. It might be a teddy bear. Enhance. Looks like a lot of pixels, sir, and the red one looks like a scorpion tail. Could be dangerous. I don't know. Keep looking. What does it look like now? Just like a bunch of pixels, sir. Okay, then it's not a danger to us anymore. There is no danger. Trust me. I don't think this is a living thing at all. Sir? What? I think it's looking at you, sir. It's looking at me? What do you mean? I think it's looking at you, sir. Oh no! It's a scorpion! Okay. I had to go inside his scorpion tail to fight him. Oh! What fighting position is this? It's a crab. It's a scorpion crab thing. Hey, Balia. What's going on here? What's this? I can't even see Goraf's head. What? No. What are these moves? What is this grid movement? What? How is he hitting Owen from there? What? I can't see anything. I got him? Got him. Okay, I got him. They're rat scorpions. They, on the corpse of a human, apparently, they have nothing. Okay, so we got him. Did they hide any? Did they guard anything? Oh, a box. Oh, a more little box. Okay, so this is how this works for those of you new here. This is a riddle box. I like to solve it without looking at the chat or getting help from the turn wheels, and you guys can do it on your own because in the riddle mode, I am not reading chat, so you guys can feel free to spoil all you want. Because I won't be reading it. Okay. You see me oft in woods and town. With my roots above, I must grow down. With my roots above, I must grow down. This should be easy. But let me see here. You see me often in the woods and town, with my roots above clouds. I must grow down. I must grow down with my roots above. You mean how much above? If your roots are not under, what could have roots over? In woods and town. You must grow down, like a downpour, but that's not really something that falls down. You must grow down. Gravity. You don't see gravity, and you have to have 6 letters. Gravit. Clouds. Doesn't necessarily grow down. Roots that go downwards. Roots that are above. Roots above. Often you see them in woods and towns. So in the woods, you see down. That's also in the town. I look up. I see trees. Limbs. So what's the word called? Branches. But that it's either branch, which is 6 branch. No, but your roots aren't above. Your roots are still attached to the ground, which is below, as a branch. You must grow down. Mists. Still doesn't work. Mists. Oxygen. You don't see oxygen. Water. Ocean. Roots. You see me often. Woods. You don't see the ocean, the woods. Lakes. Roots above. What else could have a root above? Not thinking about. Like roots from above, like a heaven. You don't grow down if you're a heaven. But the growing down part is the one that's keeping it tricky, but also keeping it a good riddle, I think. What else could we see in the woods and town? People. But that you can see the people. Creatures. Woods, roots above. Animals. Animal. You see me often. Dwelling a house, roots above. I don't get the roots above thing. Must go down. Oh, yo. My brain needs it. I'm kind of stuck on clouds, heaven, rain. So I'm thinking above very. In that sense, if I'm not trying to do that, I'm having like things that grow downwards, but roots above. Roots above could be things that are created not below the earth. So it could be, for example, like people could have roots above the earth, but how much above do you want to have? My roots above. Do you mean roots above as in heaven, or do you mean just over the surface level, on top of the surface level? Because if you have that, then your roots can be a lot of things. Your roots can be your people. So gravity and earth. You see me often in woods and town. The ground. Like, I was thinking about something, but you don't see that often. Like a banana tree, you know? A banana tree grows downwards from up, doesn't it? But you don't see them often in woods and town. I mean, people see them in town and the woods. They have their roots above, they must grow down. People isn't the worst guess for me. So people... The thing about clouds doesn't really work because it doesn't grow downwards, does it? It floats. On the... in the air and the... Yeah. Like mist is heavy. Fog. That goes downwards. But doesn't fit any criteria. So we can make some guesses. People. Clouds. Heaven. Did I have anything else? Clouds, heaven. I had like the earth, but I hate that answer. Yeah, earth doesn't work. There's a 5-letter word. Ground. 5-letter word too. Okay, people, clouds, and heaven. And after that, we're gonna go to the chat because I was sitting here for a long time now. I don't think it's any one of those, but I'm gonna try them anyway. See, not clouds, not heaven, and not people. Yeah, okay. So I don't know. Let's see what the chat has done. I'm gonna read from where I left off. Potato, booby, breast. Guys, please. Clouds. Talking about rain and clouds, yeah. Lightning, too many words. Yeah. Mushrooms. Too many words. Argle bargle. Easy too short. E little. Yom. Littles. Icicle. No. Oh, yeah. Stalagmite. But you don't see them often. It's winter. That would be weird. Icicle. That's roots above, though. Yeah, but you don't see the icicle often. It depends on the season. But I think it's icicle when I see it. Let's try. Yeah. But I don't like it because it's very seasonal. But it makes sense with the roots above. I must scroll down. But that could be a stalagmite or stalagmite. An icicle is very seasonal. You don't say just you see them often in woods and town. But the latter part is good. With my roots above, I must scroll down. Stalactite. Yeah, the thing is that the first part there is just confusing you, yeah. So if they would cut the first part, mites go up and the tights come down. That doesn't really work for me. Like, if that's... that sentence, Clodvik, on how to remember the riddle chest, mights go up and tights come down. To me, it doesn't matter. It could have said mights go down and tights come... and the other way around. I wouldn't remember. Doesn't make sense to me. Hang tight on the ceiling. Hanging tight, yeah. Hang tight. Could be a one. Stalactites hold tight. Is it stalactite or stalactite and stalagmite? Is that the words? Stalactites and stalagmites. Okay, so it's G stalagmites and stalactites. I thought it was stalactites. You know, I keep learning English. Okay, so yeah, we could have just had the second part. The first part was dumb. You see me often in woods and town. Yeah, if it's winter. Not dynamite, no, Jarl, but I appreciate the effort. You don't... Yeah, top part, remove the top part. A reference to aiding to remember which way stalactites go. I don't get it. Well, it's basically stalactites is life. It all goes down from here. That's how I'm going to remember it from now on. How do you remember stalactites? Stalactites are the things that tells you about life. Everything is going downwards from here, from this point on. So they didn't really cover anything else, these rad scorpions? They were just here for fun for a little while. Looking for trouble. This is a new area for me, so I'm just roaming around. They probably have a lot of Mordell chests in here. I just look towards them. Can I zoom out a bit here? Yes, I can. So I could probably speak less. Nothing. You can explain, but then we're back and talking about human bodies territory. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. No, wait. Oh, I see. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Back up. I think in the ground. Let's have a look. Rations. Poison rations. Spoiled rations and quivers. I think this area was meant to be traveled in a long time ago. I just didn't go there because I was busy questing and doing what I was supposed to do. I'm sorry, game, for me doing the thing you asked me to do. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, there it is. Two things here. More scorpiones. On natural ground this time. Four of them. This is fine. This is fine. I don't see a problem with this. Actually is fine though. Can I open up the chest here? No, I don't think so. Wait, I didn't get him. No, don't poison him. Scorpions on steroids. This is long-term use of steroids though. Stop! Stop! I don't think they have money on them. I don't think the Scorpions know what's up with that. Don't check the corpse. Check the loot. More of the same. Riddle time. Good luck, chat. I believe in you. 4 letters. You can count on them, though some would rather curse them. You can speak dear to them, though well all know 'tis just in vain. The bees! You can count on them, though some would rather curse them. You can speak dear to them, though well all know 'tis just in vain. Luck? But who's them? Because luck fits the bill in many ways. You can try to count on luck, though someone rather curse them. You can speak dear to them, though we all know it's in vain. It's in vain to talk about luck as it's a thing that's outside of your control. It's just like a matter of luck. Luck fits, sort of, but it's not a them. Luck is not a them. A lock? You can count on a lock, though someone would rather curse a lock. You can speak dear to them, though all that's just in vain. So it could be a lock. Someone can hate and love it. So we got lock and we got luck. Keys. No, you won't curse the key if you have it. If you have a lock, you might curse it. Speak dear to them. Them. Okay, considering living things. Them, and plural things. What could be plural and possibly living? That could be cursed and hoped for, to count on. Money, not a living thing, but it's them. Now them. More living, not money. More living. I already have some guesses, you know. I need to have some other guesses in another category. Living things you can count on and curse. People. But those, you can talk there to people. I know this is 4 letters, but just thinking here. It's not just vain. Some people would be nice to talk to. Four letters. Love. No, you can talk to love. About love. Luck. And lock. The 2 ones I'm not stuck at the point. Bees isn't that bad, honestly. Because bees... it looks weird. Some would rather curse getting stung by a bee. You can speak dear to them, They will all know it is in vain. Actually, bees isn't that bad when I think back. It applies to them. You can get a bee sting. And you can talk to them, but no, it's in vain. Okay, bees first. Luck and lock. Yeah, let's try that. No bees. And no lock. Oh, no. No, fail. So we've had the answer door before. That's why I don't think the answer is door. That's why I tried to do lock. I can try door. But we already have a riddle answer to be door. Yeah. Okay, giving this one up soon. A gift. Now I can speak. No, I don't know. Okay, I give up. I lose. Let's see what the chat has got. Tree. Dice. Oh, dice. Dice is nice. I think dice is good. Dogs. Yeah, it's all in vain. And I mean, dogs could work, but all in vain I wouldn't agree on. Yeah, I think it's dice. Star. Too far-fetched. So close to brutal force. Yeah, but I don't want to do it. Wait, there's 2 golems? Yeah. Dice bice. Cash shouldn't appear. We can sell that for a little bit of money. So stealthy. I know. Good guess. Who did that? Who wrote dice first? Com Codex got dice first. Good guess, Com. That's the blade you used, okay? Yeah, don't use that blade anymore. It's fine. It's not bad. If you have the broadsword, it's about as, you know, it's okay. But you don't swing with it. It's a good swing, but -5 plus skill to accuracy. You want best accuracy. You want his. You like his completely real mustache. Oh, thank you, Josh. I like it too. It's a good one. Oh, that's a good riddle. A dice totally got out of my way. I mean, eluded me. That was a good one. What's this? Oh. I didn't realize we were just playing Fallout at this rate. Oh, 6. Oh, there's a lot of them. So much fun. Aw, miss. With that amount of stamina, health, and hit rates, you decide to miss? Come on, Owen, show me what you got. You're working on this one. I can't see what's alive and what's not anymore. He had speed of 2, yet he got that far. Stop! This is a messy battlefield. Yeah, the answer was dice. It was good. My throat has grown quite parched and my water pouch is nearly empty. Shall we get a drink? Yes. Owen lowered the bucket into the well. The bucket hit the bottom of the well with a splash and he waited for it to become submerged before turning the wooden crank to retrieve it. Retrieving his water pouch from his pack, Graf filled it and took a greedy drink. Wait, something. Ish, we should have been more cautious. I think it's been poisoned. Are you sure? Why would someone want to poison their own well? Unless someone's trying to poison the owner of the well. Did he drink it though? Oh yeah, I drank it. I'm sick. Okay, I'm not poisoned, I'm sick. Use herbs. Hey Daniel, wondering about getting some more lights? No, more lights. Yes. No, Spider, don't. He's gonna do it. He only needs one yes. Ale cask. See? You started. Yay! He's on the mission. Yeah, got it. Wee. Oh, man. We have woke the devil. Would we need this? Would we need some ale? I don't think so. That's a very interesting knock there. A female voice suddenly filled his mind. Ill has bedone me, and I shall not speak until the wrong has been erased. As quickly as it came, the voice was gone. Shaking his head to empty the intruder from his mind, like salt from a shaker, he then turned and banged on the door, trying to get a response from the owner. Realizing that none was coming, he decided they should leave. What kind of a knock is that? Excuse me? Gotta do it again. No, I didn't get it. No! Ah, close enough. The woman is like, can you please stop knocking? What the hell? Oh, sorry, I was playing Flight of the Bumblebee on your door. Well, don't! Jesus! What madness is this? No trees can remain without Christmas lights. You got that right. Oopsies. Well. Trouble ahead. Uh-oh. This is quite intriguing, though. This looks fun. Too bad it doesn't matter. Too bad it doesn't matter. Skin of the dragon. You'll be off by Goldswall. That's the first time somebody said goodbye to my wall. So you were just looking at the wall, not me, I guess. This goes to Eggley. Leads to Lorien Lamut to the west. The south leads to Eggley and Krondor to the west. Camp until healed. And then, yeah, this is a good time at night. So it said south of Lamut. Was that it? The Crimble entry. So the pass, the mines of Macmordain Cadal. You'll find the entrance of the western side of the road, south of Lamut. Gonna just go towards here, I guess. Thank God for this guide helping me. There's a patch of very unnatural looking color in these bushes over there. My guess is there's an ambush ready for us ahead. We should either turn back or else proceed with great caution. Proceed with great caution. Mutt. Mutt again? Oh, you just shot your dog. Wait, I need to get to the spellcaster. Well, we died. That's how quick the fights can go, team. That's one spellcaster, 2 free spells, and we're dead. Doesn't take more than that. Yes, yes. Very good, very good. Let me just save at this point, so I don't get this over again. Oh, a different layout here. You're close to getting to him. I guess we're just gonna go up. Owen is exposed, but... yeah, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? If I can't reach him in one turn. Yeah. Great. Love the game. Good RNG. I like the game, but the RNG is funny, isn't it? Just die. Just dying where at. Yeah, there you go. Get frozen. Angie. Orangi. Yeah, well, it's just kind of dumb, isn't it? There's nothing to do about it, then just do it again. That's all you can do. Just get a more lucky fight and you can win it. That's why you just kind of have to save over these ones. Okay, and Doggo's next to Owen and makes it troublesome. I can try to maneuver closer by having him in front, but he'll have single target spells. Yeah. I guess you have to just kill these ones. Hopefully he'll run out of juice before he freezes me. And I guess if only Owen dies. I've seen worse crimes. Yeah, that's okay. I can soon reach you. Aha! Owen dies, but I don't care. We can resurrect him. We have restoratives for it. Near death. We could also refuse to use all of them. If you find some more rations. No, but we have 21, 24. Ah, but that's just one more than if they die. Let's see if they have some rations. Nothing. Nothing. Something. True sight tea. Huh. No rations. Near death. Are you able to use campfires around? I don't think so. I've tried to press them and they don't really say anything else, but usually they're burnt out already. So yeah. We got med packs for you. Quicker recovery. Put this on the ground for once. Take a med pack. So I can use more than one, right? Speed is recovery by... Oh, it's already 100% healing, okay. You can take this ration for a while. So he should have increased healing, but... That's not very fast healing. Should give him some. Oop. Let's see though, we might want to leave him dead. Sorry, but... It's recovering, you know. No one gets left behind. Grove shot back angrily, except maybe Patras, but he's not here at the moment. Yeah, exactly. No one gets left behind. Well, if you're a mage caster and you're really weak, then I don't really care. But other than that, I will make sure that you will not die this day. Maybe tomorrow. Ah, maybe this day, actually. I'm kidding. I'm bored of it. So we're going south and west. There should be an entrance to Lac Mordain. Not here. Okay, so we need to go west, 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 west. First. Make sense of it all. We got a new fight coming on in. Uh-oh. Try Robinson's Requiem. Whoops! You died. Yeah, we gotta reload this one. There's only one mage here. Woo. This is fight. Can reload after the fight. He's leaving now? Whatever, mage. Like, what kind of a mage does that, by the way? He casts 2 spells, feels weak because he casts 2 strong spells and runs away. What? Come here. Graf's defense is increased. Too bad. I don't really give a damn right now. We need to get Owen up. It pains me to say it. Is there a town nearby though? Yeah, Hawks Hollow. Hawks Hollow. You gotta use some potions. A win. Use your potions. Deer Def 26. We can scatter the hill a little bit. Rest a little bit. There we go. Just a little bit. Ooh, a little bit more. Now, if you die again now, I will have to reload and Get help. Help! Help! Did I see them, though, on the road? Could I push them with my mouse cursor? Did I see them on the road? Yes, I do. Okay, save here. We agreed to attack. Owen charged forward. Great job, Owen. You did it. You charged them. All we need to do now is to stop that mage. I think he dies by 1 evil seek, though, shouldn't he? Costs a lot to wait, but 60 damage. No? Uh-oh, he didn't die. I was expecting him to die from the 60, but he might not be able to cast spells, so he might just run away. We'll see. He runs away. Yeah, I think he's stuck there. Goodbye, I guess. Sure. Defend with all your might. He's just standing there, shocked at what happened. Ow. If you die from these two, that's very unfortunate. There we go. Not too bad, not too shabby. Do you have any food on you? A whetstone of 16. A 20, I mean. I'll take it. Soon. Just give me your stone. Weapon craft increased. How nice. Weapon to sell. 48. Oh, the oilcloth. 1 only. 6 rations. Please. Thank you. Owen takes it. Take the oilcloth. Only 1 of them, though, so. Yeah, rations here, too. Take it. 1, leave 1. Then camp for the night. Camp for more than 1 night. Hey, Ostrich, how you doing? The betrayal, it's never ending. You're right. It doesn't end. Because there's either a lot of traveling, a lot of riddling, and then also a lot of RNG combats. A lot of things to traverse in the wild. But eventually, we will get there. So this is Hawk's Hollow. Right. So this has a shop. And a tavern, I guess. The Woolen Man. The Upright Man. This is for lockpicks. I'm not gonna get it. Would you take this? Of course you wouldn't. Why would you take something that need to get removed? You played this game a lot, never got this far. Oh, really? Yeah, it's chapter 6. It's big, it's far. Owen! Loot! Play the song. And blood I've paid to God against all who posy her. 85 Serpents, thank you so much, thank you so much. Thank you for the performance, Owen, that was beautiful. You did a great performance of that King of Mine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What can I say, what can I say? I am the best, I am the best. I need that to have on my regular soundboard because I'm going to use it a little bit. In the fitting circumstance, not to just type it in chat all the time. But at least for the first time it's good. Now people know that there's a thing called that as a command. You know. You know. So that's good. You know it's good. As it should. We're just traveling west. We've been here before. I just beat my OOT 3DS randomizer and it's been a good night. Oh yeah. Ocarina of Time randomizer. That's awesome. I like the Zelda 2 randomizer. The thing is about Zelda 2, I've never really played it myself. Look at the tree. All been hacked off. That means we're someone's property or blah 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 blah. Uncertain view. Danger is nearby. But the thing about Zelda 2 is that it's just... We've had it when I was young. I never dared to play it. It's too difficult. But the music's good. I love to see it played. It's interesting. So the Zelda 2 randomizer is very cool to me. I guess if I would play more Link to the Past, I would love that too. But like, Ocarina of Time isn't that there to heart for me. And I don't like how it looks that much. I like the old ones. I don't say it's bad. Just a visual appeal for me. It's just too... colors, you know. Can you hit Goraf? You need to perform. Oh, he didn't die. You probably just start missing now. Owen's working like hell over here defending Goraf, and you're doing jack shit. Look at him go. Ow! Take that! Can you stop missing, Goraf? You're running away? Yes, he is. Rawr, hey lambs, like how you doing? With a dinosaur as well. That's a cool emote. Yeah, the original OOT is too blocky. The 3DS remake is super beautiful though. Oh, it might be. That might be true. I didn't know there was a randomizer for the 3DS version. That's pretty cool. Ah, we got enough money. Leave it. Are we honest talking about blocky graphics in a retro stream? Yeah. I mean, it's all about context. We got the cash and appear, but this sells for a lot. I think it's more expensive than these things combined. Cash and appear and that one. Unless we can let go of some other things. I'd rather have these in case I get to combats where everything's going down the drain, you know. You can use the oilcloth now if you'd like to. So if I use the oilcloth and the and one more, we can just get rid of one thing. Okay, we can do that. Use the oilcloth. And then we can get rid of, what was it? One more thing. Maybe this. There's a note, right? What's an old note? Nailar's rib. Can't pawn it here. In case something bad happens, I'm gonna stand on the road here. To go with the pawn. We got a note from both the crawler and the Nailar's rib here. We're gonna put it on the bag. Both of these notes. I'm gonna give Goraf the rest of your restoratives. No wait, that's just 3. So that's... we need one more. What else can we remove? The Icer? Kind of want it. This is to poison weapons, right? Any kind of made the weapon for more lethal. Far more lethal. Yeah, we're getting rid of this one. That's fine. So that's not too bad. You can take your storage back. So on this thing, I'm gonna note it down on the map. So it's right here. We go to back to artist mode. So we can like note down armor repair, sure, but here's bag of 2 texts. Previous quest. In case I ever need it back. You know? I don't know if I do, but if I do, it's noted down. You've been there the whole time, listen to your beautiful voice. Oh, thank you so much, Pangogi. That's very kind of you. So now go back and pick up the great thing. Where's the super mail? Here it is. Continue west. Save as well. Do we go north or south from here? Insecure, actually. Following the western path, we go south, right? We can try to go south immediately from here. It's a 5-day journey to the signs to be believed. No. That sounds like we're going directly to Krondor, right? I don't know. I'm gonna keep to the west here instead. We need rest. They yawn and they whatever. Here, can we pawn our weapons in this shop? Please. Herbs and herbs. No. You dingus. Again. Oil club for 230. Still a lot. It's good. I guess the thing we could do is to pawn a bit of these. 12 steroids. Jeez, we got a lot of these. You know what? Probably just need one of those. And this was for the magic, right? But we'll be intensely focused, ignorant of events outside the purpose. Super focused. We got 2 packs of herbs. That's right. Oh, this one. No, you don't. Man, nobody wants our stuff. Nobody wants what we have. Oh, what a troublesome time. Troublesome. Well, this wouldn't be... what town is this? That is Zune. We're going south of Lamont. We're going to Lamont, though. This is where we all began, wasn't it? We heard a sound about people. Let me guess. People that want to... oh, dogs! Just random angry dogs. That'll get him. I think I have the oilcloth on, so he's gonna hurt like a truck. What? Did it say 30 or 90 or whatever? Should be the oilcloth. Should be like 100. 90. That looked frosty. Okay. Hey, abilities have increased. Health and stamina increased again. Hey, there we go. More fighting around the world gets us a long way. I can dig it. Yes, you can. Can I dig it? I think this is Lac Mordain. No. Then this up here should be the main city. This is the first town. Welcome back to part 1. Fletcher's Post. Repair, buy, sell over there. Now we're talking. You have no use for a Keshian to pair. What are you? You gotta. You're basically what? You got weed walkers though. That's nice, but it's still just. You need one. One's good enough. Inventory space is already crammed enough as it is. But why on earth didn't you want to? Jesus. You. It's just a dick move, you know. Shumani is back. I hope you will find your experience here at the Blue Wheel in the Pressure One. You're Serrani, aren't you? Are we back at this thing? Yeah. No biggie. Makala. We went to Serrani in Krondor named Makala. Do you know anything about him? He is a great one of the Assembly of Magicians. Beyond that, I know little, as the great ones do not communicate with the lesser folk. Lesser folk? Those who are not of the assembly, or those who are not lords or ladies of the Surani Empire. It would be improper that a person such as I should speak to one of his rank unless he asked a question of me. This is the way of my former people. Sure, goodbye. Promise you to say goodbye again. Bardian. Yes, 75 sovereigns. Thank you kindly. Okay, barmaid. No, wait. Yeah, we want a little bit of rations. Give me a little bit of rations. Share with the party. 10, 2, get that one. 12, 40, 14. Looks good. But you are the innkeeper, right? So I just need to talk to you about the inn. No? Pfft. Can I stay the night? Can somebody else respond? Here. Inn, okay. My bad. Stay the night. We want another rest. Thank you. Thank you for the rest. Again. I'll see you soon. Never. Met soon. And this should be Lac Mordain. To go to Elvandar or whatever. Right. The place we have to go. It's just so far. Mac Mordain Kadal, Owen said. We missed it. The tones were damp. We've been here before. We talked to Dwarf. We probably gotta meet him again. Hello, again. Another bandok. I heard you coming down the passageway. For a moment I thought you might be another one of them beasties. Come to that lot my bones. I suppose you were all a wee bit jumpy down there as yet. Hope we didn't startle you too badly. We were just looking for a way to get to Elvandar. I think I'd heard once it was the other side of the Great Towers. You found the way! These mines stretch all the way from one side of the great tower to the other. We had a collapse here, but we broke through about half an hour ago. I saw my brother McCannon for the first time in months. Oh, but there are some tragic loss too. There's a falls in the caverns and the passages too was terribly damaged. I don't know that we'll ever see it again. Terrible, terrible mess those Bracknur made. But can we get through to Elvendar? Aye, but I advise you to stick to the main passages, as there's some windy bits that can cause some human distress. As a common, we wouldn't let you go alone as you get lost, but only the major passages have been cleared. You'll be safe enough now. Before we go, could we ask you a few questions? I don't see why not. Why you need armor repair. The barkeep of the Blue Wheel Inn at Lamat suggested you might be able to repair our armor. If we weren't digging ourselves out of this pretty mess, aye, we could do something for you, but we're all tied up to a man. Pardon my saying so, but we got problems a bit more pressing than dealing with dented armor. You might have tried a hermit who lives near Oxolo. He's getting himself a reputation for himself over the past few years. Swords. If you can't repair our armor, I don't care about swords. I don't. No. I'm fine. Elvendar. After we leave the Macmodain Canal, which way would we take to Elvendar? I've never been there. You don't think for a moment it's going to be as easy as that now, do you, lad? The elves don't exactly invite the rest of the world in for a pleasant tea party, and I think they'll take particular exception to your Mordell friend there. Oh, he's not Mordell, he's an elf. Or doesn't know the way to Elvendar. I'm not fool. You'll be an even sorrier whelp if you try that one on the Wally the Thomas's border rangers. They'll have the both of you hanging by your ankles from a tree in a sparrow's fall. If what I hear from my brother McCann is true, they may even have a cause to shoot your friend on sight. Why? What would they have against Gorath? Oh, impersonal again, the Moradel. I'm not sure of the details, but I've heard the Moradel are pressing the boards near Morelin. I'm sure my brother McCann can tell you more about it than I. If he's not still in the Canal, he might be on the road to Caldara. It's time we should be going, I suppose. Gorath and I both have quite a bit to attend to. Don't we all? What a happier day I've not long had. If you wish to be going on through to Elvendar, just keep following your nose west until you see daylight. How will you say thank you in your native tongue? Fuck off. Good traveling to you. Thank you. Then Gorath, why don't you lead the way? So just keep going west. To Elvendar. From Macmodain Canal, just keep the nose going west. Okay, we're gonna go fuck off. That's how I say thank you in Dwarven, that's right. We're gonna have a short break because I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours without taking one real break. So that's a boo-boo on me. But now, to arrange the boo-boo on you, let's take a real intermission and be back soon. Okay? 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 We're gonna do this. You and me. So, where's my timer? There it is. 3 minutes of waiting. Back in 3 minutes. So, see you soon.
What do you mean, we'll be back in 3 minutes?
It's an intermission. Everybody does their own thing, and then, you know, we'll be back eventually.
But what do you do? We must sit here? Just wait for them to come back?
That's what they do, yes. They just do their thing and probably get some popcorn or tea or coffee.
Should we get that too?
No, not necessarily. Well, I wish if we need to, we could.
Should we though? Is that important to get?
Well, we just need a little bit of a break. That's our main prerogative.
Prerogative, it is to get a little bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Yeah, so don't worry too much about getting the popcorn. And also the kernels just get stuck anyway.
Yes, I know, I've been there before, I don't really like that. So how are we supposed to wait? Until 3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes. And it's gone a minute now, so we just have to wait 2 more minutes.
What do you mean? So, okay. Well, how long does it take to get popcorn?
Well, you know that takes around 2 minutes, don't you?
I don't know, I've never made popcorn before.
You've never made popcorn? Okay, well then... Well, now they have enough time to make popcorn, just barely.
Okay. And coffee is also takes a long time that I do make, though.
Yeah, coffee does take some time to brew, and it depends. If you have a pour over, it takes even longer.
Yeah, the pour-over is another sort of business. But snacks. Do they need snacks? Do they have a shop nearby?
I mean, they could have a shop nearby. You never know with this online business. They might be even sitting at a shop that I know, a snack shop.
Could they have a snack shop this close to where they are?
Well, they could have it by the person, you know? This is actually a live stream, and it could be sent anywhere.
That's true. They could actually be in a snack shop right now and ordering snacks while they wait for coming back to the stream.
Yes, and in case of coming back to the stream, they might just never come back to the stream because they are already at the stream.
That's all very, very confusing to me sometimes.
But it's really not that hard to understand. It's rather simple. It's just on the web, and you go on or you go off it.
Okay, if only it was that easy to get some snacks, we didn't need to wait 3 minutes for it.
No, but he's stretching. He needs a little bit of time left, you know? It's a stretchy time.
I guess. There is always time to get a little bit of stretch in.
Oh, we gotta shape up. Okay, sit down. Okay, the break's soon over. Okay, calm down.
I am calm, I'm always calm. Okay, sit.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hello. Oh, yo. Hello, I have returned from the stretch. I took a leak. I stretched. I found the rest of my bits of coffee, making it a total of 300 mils, almost. Your recommended dose for caffeine is 400 max a day. This is all 300 mils of coffee, which makes almost 300 mils of caffeine. Yeah, it should be fine. And I also alternate between tea, so don't worry. I'm just talking to myself and to you. If you were curious, if you're not, don't know. Okay, so let's go to Elvandar. Right? Right? You want to go to Elvandar? Yay! Woo! Nothing! Oh, I saw snow.
On second thoughts, let's not go to Camelot. It is a silly place.
But what if I don't want to? Close your eyes. I'll say when we're out of Elvandar, I'll tell you to open your eyes again. Very shameful if that will be the next stream. That will be tough for you. You have to close your eyes until tomorrow morning. I know. It is a silly place. Camelot? Yes. It's just a model, though. Doesn't matter. Okay. Keep your nose west. We've been here before. But now we're keeping our nose west. Would they have enemies here respawn or anything? Just go right forward. Follow the only road. A chest. What do we do with the boring chest? We try to open it and stick it in our face. We lockpick it all open and we did it in a jiffy. Wow, that sucked. That really was nothing. Under one sovereign. A chest. A chest. A beautiful chest. And with a lot of booty. Booty chest. What are these? Agree to attack. A chest. Sorry. I can get a bit weird sometimes, but for some reason people are still here, so I don't know. Maybe they like the weirdness. See? Maybe that's somebody's perfect. Maybe that's the one dude who's watching. That's his favorite, you know? He's like, yes, I love when Stealthygolem goes la la la. I don't know. You never know with the lurkers, you know? You know? Oh! 102. Owen's like the defense champ. Oh. If only we could find... I remember... Patras found the shop who had the lightning staff. Remember that? You remember that lightning staff that Patras had and he could buy? Or you can step into my house. Why? You have too many lights. There's nothing there for me. We can take what we can. These are normal Russians. Oh yeah, just get there. One extra, that's fine. How are you doing in terms of, well, two things. How are you feeling well now? Is it over? Is the madness over? And have you gotten the ability to play some video games again without it being difficult to pick? Luxury problems and all that jam. Dragonstone. You can pick it up. You can pick it down. You can use it. The Dragonstone. It's gonna use it straight away. Can I use it here too? No, you can't. Dragonstone. So just put something on the corpse. You give Dragonstone to Owen. You use it. You put it back on the corpse. You can't do that. You put it like that. You can't do that. You gotta give him that one. You gotta put that back here. Or you could just have it on you. So it's just a messy pile of things. Leave it. We never got to... Well, yeah, we never got to sell that thing. It's not the end of the world. We can just travel around the world and do some barding to earn money nowadays. So we're just following this road. Hopefully we can... This can lead west somehow. Okay. Hello? Hello, door. What's up? What's good, door, room, hallway thing? It's quite dark in here, but I don't want to use the candle glow. I mean, a candle glow looks better than the torch, or at least inside the cave. Oh, there's nothing here. You slept on the couch tonight also. Probably the last day. I had my class yesterday and it went fine. Mostly I had to get tired after cough medicine. Okay. That's good to hear that you're getting better. Another chaste. Chaste, sorry. Chaste. The game could not be saved. You're saving way too much, you idiot. What's wrong with you, man? Okay, herb packs. Herb packs. Keep your nose west. I'm going east. There might be stuff, you know. Gotta explore the stuff. Yeah. This is a very long, very long cave thing. And for gaming, I started Forza Horizon 5. So, but that's because lights and cleaning is also on the agenda. Of course it is. I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, I heard that's really good though. I hear that looks fantastic. Owen broke in the fight and we're attacking. You know what? We should cast some cheap spells reason being working on the accuracy. This is not cheap. Because if we work on the accuracy a little bit, maybe he can hit more. So just casting cheap spells is a good idea when we're able to, I think. And that was that. Oops, forgot to attack. I've been playing with the grid on now. We don't need the grid. Ping! Shall we do the good old? Look at his stamina. 76. Woo, he's full. He just straight out killed him. The stream takes so much of my time. I know. Sorry. Oh. Uh-oh, it's another riddle, everybody. If you haven't been here from before, it's been some time since the last one. So you can go ahead and spoil all you want because I'm in riddle mode. So I'm not reading chat. So you can spoil the chat with your solutions, your answers, your suggestions. Because the golem will do his own thing. And when I give up, I'll go back to the chat. 2 legs it has, and this will confound. Only at rest do they touch the ground. Only while resting do they touch the ground. It has 2 legs. So some kind of object that has legs but are on and off the floor. 2 legs it has, and this will confound, and only at rest do they touch the ground. Not a chair, not a table. 4 legs, 4 legs, 2 legs. A bike, not a resting one. Only at rest will it touch the ground. So like a bird, but they... Yeah? Birds. That's 5 letters. So the birds kind of just has 2 legs. They rest when they're sitting, you know. So a bird could work. And anything else similar to a bird that has 6 letters. An eagle has 5. Playing 2 legs. I don't know. A pigeon. A goose. I mean, I'm stuck on a bird's work, you know? Birds usually has 2 legs. Not necessarily. I guess one could have 1 leg. I don't know. Yeah. Pigeon! Eagle, birds, pigeon. Any more common birds? Ravens. Ravens. No, that's just weird. No, okay, something else than birds. Something else than birds. Try to think of something else than birds. So a plane, an aircraft, too big. Could have 4 legs for an aircraft. 3 legs usually for a plane. Oh, just 3. There we go. Need to rub your temples and your head, and suddenly an answer will spurt forward. No. I'm really stuck to the idea about birds. Something you use, like an apparatus. All the rest. It. Notice the word it. Signifying an object or a thing in general. It could be an animal, because it's like male or female. But if it was an animal, birds would be the best guess. If it's an object, what has two legs? Has an object that can stand firmly on two legs, resting. And when used, only when they rest they touch the ground. Two legs. Pants. Pants, trouser. Because a trouser and a pants only touch the ground when it's not being worn. Trouser fits. Yeah? Yeah, that fits really well. A trouser has two legs and it only touches the ground at rest. Yeah, okay, can I get that? No! What? That's perfect! It's a perfectly fitting answer. Now I'm a bit confused. I really felt that was the answer. Is there another word for trouser here? I don't really like to use these ones. What? I was sure when I got that one. It fits perfectly. I guess they don't necessarily touch the ground. They could touch like a cupboard, but I mean, what do you call those? Scop? in English. They're touching whatever is the bottom of a shelf. It's the ground. Pigeon. No. Ah. No, really? Okay, I'm giving up out of a bit of mild frustration. I'm giving up already because it really should have been trouser. Maybe there's another word that I'm missing here. Let's see here. Parrot, obviously. Hey, Dragon Parrot, how you doing? Good to have you here. A bike with 2 kickstands. A journey. Pantses. Exactly. What? It's wheelbarrow, so it only takes barrow. What? Screw you, game. Oh yeah, trouser is... Oh yeah, that's true. It would be 7 letters. But pants and trouser would be perfect. And the wheelbarrow has 2 legs, and the wheel, it has 3 legs in my opinion. Barrow? Fuck you. Barrow? Barrow. 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 Yeah. Huh? Stupid. Hey. I'm going to make a defense. Defense. First of all, barrow is a shitty answer. It makes no sense. If anything, it should be wheelbarrow. Okay? Got it. Secondly, trouser. Yes, it didn't fit. But trouser, pants as an answer fits the riddle much better. The problem with the wheelbarrow is that yes, you could call them legs, but they also have a wheel. So I could call it 3 legs. Just 1 rotates. It's bad. A barrow. Look, a barrow means this. This is a barrow. Have you seen the barrow? Barrow pictures. Mike Crogans to launch and barrow. Barrow Cheshire. Barrow in Hotel in Barrow Ferns. Barrow. Barrow Lifeboat Station. Barrow in Furnace. Barrow. Barrow Beaumont College. Barrow. Barrow. Barrow Club. Barrow Projects. Do you Barrow Boldness? William J. Barrow. Do you see a wheelbarrow? No, you don't. You don't call it barrow. I don't care if there are several things in a dictionary. This is a riddle. This should be solved logically. I don't find that logical. This is one riddle that I will stand with in my defense. Sometimes I make half-hearted defenses. But I hate that answer with a passion. I don't care if there are some different definitions in the dictionary that could make it smart like that. That's wheelbarrow. Not barrow. Wheelbarrow. Yeah, Scrabble itself, it would be murder. Oh yeah. No, but if you're making words... As long as you're making words, Scrabble is fine with me. If you're doing something weird, like calling something a barrow instead of a wheelbarrow, and it also doesn't make sense because I would call it 3 legs. You see what I'm saying here? It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine, you know? So I'm wondering, if I stack... I think there's a thing, you know? If I do this... Page 3 of Google image results does show a wheelbarrow, though. Page 3 shows a wheelbarrow. Good. No, it did stack, okay. A barrow can also be a hand barrow. It's just a shorter term to cover more options. It's also a shorter term to cover very much else. But yeah, I've made my case. I did not like that one. You don't need to agree with me. But I will not back down out of that. I'm still saying, of course, trouser would be a 7-letter word. But I would think if pants or trouser would be the answer to that riddle, wouldn't that be better? Honestly. Yeah, it seems to be more about finding the right vibe than the right word. It does be like that sometimes. It's fun. It's fun to be angry about it too. And if you guys like to see me being angry at it, that's fun. But I'll make defenses. I'll make offense and defense. No, not the box again. Straps. You know, because really, are you dumb? Do you think I'm looting the treasure chest from here? What do you see? Here, I'll even help you out, Owen. I'll even help you out. When you loot here, do you see a treasure chest? If the answer is yes, go away. There we go. Ooh, another oilcloth. Use it. We got the Alphaphane stairs. It was better to just have an oilcloth. But just one. It's just one. As long as it's just one, use it. I mean, we could stack them, maybe. Huh? Huh? Yeah. Barrow! What's up with these green shoes? You've been carrying them for weeks now. Yeah. So the green shoes apply better stealth. I think it's better stealth and scouting. So if I take my shoes off, let's see here. In this messy area. 63, 67. Okay, so stealth. 30 to stealth. And now you can't find the bag anymore because this game is weird. There it is. Soveringo. They got no room. We can probably just remove the cash into pier, to be honest. It's just money. And I'm good with money. And we're already carrying the dwarven armor. Which could be sold for much more than that. I think. Okay, we're good. And this was nothing. Just a riddle chest. Got it, Chief. Got it. I got it. That was it. That's a long way to walk. So, what is new? What is new here? You can go north. North. Yeah, you're right, Talvik. This is Windows 95 Maze Screen Simulator. Screen Save Simulator, sorry. I can't use words. It does function almost the same. Hello? There are people here? Okay. LGG, oh my god. Is it Friday yet? No. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, LGG. Sorry. How you feeling? I heard you got a bug. Oh no. Forgot the rest with Owen. Well, are they poisonous arrows? Maybe. I'm not. We good. Look to the side. We need rest. Yes, yes, yes. Rest until healed. Big client call today. Wish me all the stealthy luck. I will wish you the luck of the stealthy. Good luck. We're all counting on you. Stealthy, the moneymaker machine. I get why this stream is not Twitch top one. I'm not the moneymaker machine yet. Sorry. It'll take a while before we get there. But the stream is growing. Hopefully we can keep it growing. But thank you for all the well wishes, Daniel. It's top. Compared to the tracker. To the tracker, we're at 30,000. Around 30,000. Twitch tracker that keeps track of every idiot on the website. I usually check them out every day or so to see how the numbers are going. The cool thing is, one of the most intriguing ones to me is that nice. You can track kind of how long people usually stay for. So if I can get that number to stay coherently and more people will find it, maybe that's good. Right now it's pretty good. But another issue is just to get the stream out there. But it's growing, so I'm not going to complain. So I'm just going to do my thing, everybody. Hopefully we can get to somewhere that's comfortable enough for me to just keep doing it. The thing is, I have bills to pay. And I've set money aside to do this, but we'll hope we can do it in the end. But eventually, if it stagnates, have to take appropriate measures to calm down, you know. So exactly where are we going now? We can move forward here, yeah. Go to the west. There's somebody running about over there. Glad I'll have my main job now so I can boost the stream with the view. Woo! Thank you so much though. Everything counts, everything matters. Everything helps. Every lurk helps. Every sub, every bit. They hadn't been seen. But who's this? It ran across. Oh, yo, yo! It's a stone golem. And it's dancing at me. Huh? Huh? You're fucking held, mate. You're fucking held. In fact, gonna have an interview tomorrow about a recruit position for big retail clients. Ooh, interesting, Daniel. Good luck with that. Goraf slid away from the Braknur. His tongue felt thick and adhesive. A bitter, chalky taste lingered in his mouth and nostrils. He hadn't expected the creature to emit this strange little cloud when it died, but he was glad the battle was finally over. Wanting air, Goraf turned and nearly stumbled over a small, grinning dwarf. You done it! I heard the conflagration down the shaft, but I had no idea what's happening. Congratulations! Right now, I think we all could just use a rest. A rest you'll have, and you'll be needing it. You'll have to have your strength to be carrying about the gold and rewards. Well done. Dwarf handed a pouch of gold coins and disappeared down the damp shaft. Deep damp shaft. Shaft. The sneep, snap, snoop. Did we get some good monies? Yeah, I think so. Can't remember how much we had, but it's probably good. It's better than nothing. The Braknur is dead. Can we loot it? Probably not. No. It released a weird cloud when it died. We shall not try to open it, no. I shall save before we try to open it, yes. And also about stream things. First, we get partner at least. Because the quicker I can probably get maybe, let's say if it stagnates, the stream. If I can get some sponsor things or affiliates, maybe I can get money going by just having something on the side. Maybe. Or I have to, that was a weird or I have to do some, maybe do some audio stuff on the side, like voice acting or lore, do some book reading maybe. Well, who knows? Open it up. Gorath, open it up. We can't open it up. I believe in you, Gorath. Do this. Ah, the peasant key opened it up. 5. Oh, we got the 5. Put it all there. 4. And I believe in you. Thank you for believing in me, Daniel. We shall be strong. We shall believe and we shall win. We win, right? If we get
Water posture.
Water posture. Believe in the water. Here, this should be the end. Thank you. It's spiraled downward. No, I want to go up from this cave. Okay, I guess we're not done yet. Using points like a madman for no reason. You're a madman. You're fucking mad. Yeah, eventually I can have something to waste your points on. Just better waste of points. I mean, channel points in itself can be a bit weird. A lot of people don't really use them. It's fun, but it's also can take away from a stream's feel if there's too much weird things. No, lost my key. Hey, there we go. That Braknur quest. That was something we accepted a while ago. The first or second stream. So is this not the way to Elendar? Or am I just... I don't know. Attack him. Attack him. There we go. Herp. You'll use it with streams I really follow and not just sticking around for a little while. Yeah, but it's just for example, I had to pause some of my redemption things because it's just been rest like this. Some of them takes a bit away from the stream vibe. Maybe not vibe is the correct answer, but I guess my stream mojo, when I try to play and I'm in the middle of something that's intriguing me, I could just say like now's not the time for like an AI dungeon story, I'll just do it later and refund them, but then again there's extra things to manage. So I just took them off and took the pressure off thinking about that. And also people could do it near the end where I didn't maybe feel I had the energy to. So yeah, we'll see in the end. So the ones about me popping up on the screen, double break in a row. You got here flip state. Yeah, that's just it's fine enough and it's fun. Doesn't take long. In the end, then we die. Keys, fit, please. For example, the pop-up ones where just I'm on the screen. Those are nice redeems. It's a bit fun for everyone and doesn't hurt the vibe. Ah, man, we can't get this open. Wow, that's a very bad strain of unfortunate lockpicks. 2 streams you follow, I have over 100,000 points. Really have no interest in redemptions. Exactly. Often at... Wow. Wow, really breaking. Wow, that's a big chain of break. We'll stop on 25, I think. Wow. Whoa, okay. Whatever. How unlucky is that? Usually it takes once every 5 or something they break. That was 3 in a row. Jesus. Okay, whatever, chest. Whatever, chest. You be you. You do you. So, yeah. Probably gonna make some more. I'm gonna make some more redeems just to have a little bit of extra fun. It also could be a fun waste, you know, of points because you just have them. So I have some plans for that. Oh, I didn't save there, but it's fine. Save on the chest. These fights are easy though. Shall we resort to the thing and casting some spells just to increase our accuracy? I think that's how that works. Just using it more often. So use it again. And cast 2. Yeah, point redemption timing is crucial to the flow of the stream, yeah. So for example, somebody could like, no, before we leave, I have redeemed my thing. Like, yeah, okay. So now I gotta sit here for 5 minutes and do that, so instead of saying I'll refund it and do it later, because it feels like I'm letting somebody down, you know, techno. So I'd rather just have it to be off. To admit, I don't always have good timing. Yeah, but I've been better at just saying, if I don't find anything to fit. For example, if something asks me about doing something that doesn't really work, for the ones that have a prompt, I just say, no, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna refund that later to you. In the beginning, it was more like I felt like I had to please everybody that wanted to watch me, and I still want to do that, but I think I'm pleasing the most of the bunch, considering we have a lot of lurkers. I'm pleasing most of the bunch by just doing the thing that we do. We progress slowly in games. We joke around. We have some fun doing weird offsides, just looking at the browser and painting silly things. Yeah, there's a big difference between mistiming and malicious timing. Also very important. This is not back. These are just new dead people. And another dead Braknir? No. Braknir. We're still going west. A lot of west. That's good, I guess. So let's just say I have some extra... The next time I'm doing a recording, a green screen recording, I'm going to have more things that I can add there to help with the... We already have one theme going, you know, with the redeem pop-ups. So I'm having another idea of what to do. Oh, nice. So that could be some sort of... If you just have points and you like to waste them for fun, you could have a little bit of extra fun. And it'll still keep the stream as it is. A kobold climbed grunting from the pit. Gorath put a hand on his sword, but the creature seemed unarmed. So after a moment he relaxed his grip. In Broken Kingdom tongue, the cold began to speak to them of Rarg, a dragon who had once inhabited the mines. Convinced the dwarves were somehow responsible for the dragon's disappearance, they decided to bribe King Dolgan into freeing it. Bring us armor. Grey tower plate, croaked the kobold. Without another word, the creature slipped back in the darkness of the pit. What do I have? Is it the tower plates? Please? We got a dragon plate. Grey tower plate. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So maybe if we can find it, I guess I can note down where this is, but we don't have a lot of the map covered at this point. It's a bit weird. Artist mode. So he was like here. Kobold wanting gray tower plates. This is the second level in Miakulad. What's it called? Claydon Moor or something. Caladmore, blah blah blah. Something. I'll remember that. Caladun Moor. Something of that ilk. Mac Mordain Kadal. Thank you, Dragon Parrot. Wow. To the rescue. Poor man's Mordor. Yeah. That or that one. Either or. Kolk Carpapa Tapopa. Carbonara mac and cheese. All these stones are futile searches. There haven't been one that haven't been futile yet. Damn, this passage is long and far and wide. Long far wide. I guess we just have to have a better picklock skill. Ah! Unexpected work for that key. Another one. Legolem, right? No. This is different. Graf stumbled, you idiot. These people. Maybe they have the great tower plates. Oh, I could touch the chest here. Oh yeah, they're the pointers. The pointy persons. Persons. Defend though and defend. Keep doing it. Maybe we should actually swing. With Guaf. Nah, he's probably dead, but one. But we got 79% to swing, so it's a good risk. Swing! I jinxed it. Okay, it doesn't really do much damage. They are very strong. So they probably have the great tower plate, I guess. Is he low? We could probably rest. Owen. Hit him once and just try to rest a bit. If he is low on health, his hit chance really sucks, so he just get Owen back to his stamina while using a ration. What about now? Hey! Stop. What about now? No, we missed. What about now? There we go. Now we're talking. Keeps pointing at me. Stop touching me. Stop pointing your finger at me, okay? We didn't agree to this. Did a lot of fighting there. Did he increase his combat? No. Defense increased. Another strength. Are you kidding me? 40. Crazy. $90 to casting now. That's seriously good. I feel very safe with that. Shall we dig up this grade? Wait. Maybe it's a good idea to save before we start digging. I hate dry lips in the cold. Dig it up. Just a body he gagged, really. After all that. Ooh, another riddle. Chat. So, okay, it's been some while, so I'll explain it again. During the riddles, I will not read chats. So you are free to try to figure out this chat in your riddle. This riddle in your chat without risking spoilers. So here we go. Flat as a leaf, round as a ring, has two eyes but can't see a thing. An emote. Emoji. Emoji and emote. Flat as a leaf, round as a ring, has two eyes but can't see a thing. An object. A round object with two eyes on it. Unless it's like a umlaut. If the answer could be an umlaut. Because it's two eyes. No, that doesn't make sense. You know, two eyes. Can't see a thing, no. Round, it's not umlaut. It's not round. Round as a ring and flat. So flat and round. So a disc-like thing. But has two eyes, but can't see a thing. Or it has two eyes in the riddle answer. It could have two eyes. In case it's a riddle, it's a wordplay riddle. Could be. So a circle, but only one eye. Okay, let's think about a real thing then, not a wordplay one. Two eyes but cannot see. And completely flat and round. Like a pothole. Pothole doesn't have eyes necessarily. For some reason, I just speaks wordplay to me with the I. Completely flat as a leaf. Paper, but round as a ring. Round as a ring. Any other word for circle? Round. No. I got a good answer that's really not nice, so I won't say it. It's a funny answer, if you think about it. Flat as a leaf, round as a ring. Has two eyes but can't see a thing. So think about the person. That's it. But it's not the answer. Two eyes. Is it a wordplay one? I don't know. Damn it. It feels like it should be easy. Not easy, but it feels like I should be able to get it. What else is round? The flat. And why am I... This is the one that's weird. Why am I running out of ideas for things that are flat and round? There should be more than a circle. Socket? Socket! That's not really flat. Nor round. Like, you know, one of those power sockets. It depends on the circuitry, I mean, on location as well. You know, they have different sort of looks to them. It's not really flat. It could be socket. Because they usually play around with them having two eyes, you know, with the fork thing. Circle, socket. Paper was not round. What else is round? And flat? If there is a wordplay one. I don't know what other word can have two eyes. Okay, I gotta give it up. Let's see here. So what my guess is socket? Not socket. And what was my other guess? Circle. Yeah, that didn't work. I don't have a guess. Okay. Ay. Going off riddle mode. Let's see what you guys got. A button. Oh, usually my buttons have 4 though. That's clever. But I wouldn't say if a button would be flat. As a leaf. Ah. Yes, the ancient bordel power socket. Yeah, usually all the buttons I see has 4 dots in it. And also I wouldn't consider them flat, but I guess it's in the theme of the game, in the theme of the riddle, it's fine, I guess. It's a good guess. I would have taken it if I would have thought about it. It's bitten. Gotcha. Good job. Magicals. Gambit of the 8. Ooh, spells. Black Nimbus. Nice. So you're just hanging out the Dragon's Breath. Can I put it here for the moment? Yeah. So, where's the dragon thing? That's it. Spells and spells and spells and hells. 3 Potion Noxums. I don't think we have that actually, no. It's a decent riddle. I mean, for me to complain about the semantics of flat as a leaf on a button, it's quite close to being flat compared to the surface in general, so I shouldn't be too hard on it. If I would have thought about button, I probably guess it. Even though usually the buttons aren't most buttons with 4 holes. I guess it's more primitive tech to have 2, because you wouldn't get good attachment with 2. But in terms of old age stuff, you just needed 2. Flat isn't the same as thin, exactly. But it said leaf. It said flat as a leaf. A leaf doesn't necessarily mean to be 1 millimeter or less. A leaf could be a bit thicker. And poetic license and all that jamboree. I got a little bit of sun coming in here. It's playful. It'll be gone in 20 minutes. Wow. Graf is very... He's handling these locks very macho, with great emphasis. What do you call it? Too much strength, too manly of a lockpick. He breaks them all the time. There we go. Ooh, 150. Did mind if I do? Deep doop doop doop. So did they have a great tire plate? Nope. Restoratives. That's nice. There's one more dead dude though. 1, 2. Where's number 3? Where's the last dead dude? Well, he's over here. That's far away from the combat. Okay. So, how many chests? 2, 3 chests. Okay, I can't remember. Yeah, it's still chapter 6. No, this time it didn't work. Hey. more time. See, this is more normal. Don't break all the time. That's fine. That's like once every 5 months. Ah, I broke that key. I guess we have to be good at picklocking to get this one. Up to 20. Come on. We're not breaking them. Getting 3 points. One more break. One more break. One more break. Oh, oops. Could try another peasant key. It's not good. Oh, now we're getting some good RNG with the breaking of the locks. Lockpick has increased. It's like close to 50 now. 47. Maybe at the end of the game we can maybe open one chest. Okay, so one more Dell, one basic, and then this one. So no more things here. Like the lockpick sound. It's small ASMR. And my ASMR is good too. Give me sound effects for an entire spaceship if I wanted to. That's opening the door. ASMR Friday stream. Oh, 5,560. Wow, what a great save. I've played so long. Where am I walking? Mazes. Okay, good. That's, you can afford a little bit with that, but you can get more. Leave it. Okay, dead end. More west. Keep going your nose west is what they said. Keep your nose going west. We need west. He said. Yes, you do. And also I just realized, if I wouldn't have gotten a lot of rations before I ventured in here, guess what? That wouldn't have been fun going backwards. We're still not out of it though, but we're using a lot of rations and we haven't picked up many rations to be honest, so. Here's another stone golem. The Braknur. Do the thing. Opponent held. Let's go and hit them together. Yay! The easiest way to win. Yeah, nothing. Today it's julebrus and tea. Ooh, interesting. That's a great mix. No, it's not a good mix, but it's fun. Celebratory. This must be the passage to Elvandar, noted Owen. If we go this way, it may take us a few hours to get to the end. Are we up to the climb right now? Yes, we are. Funk this place. Fun it all around. Oh, look. So we're on the map, are we now? Are we finally on this side? Yes, we are. Caldara. There's no music here either, though. They were not alone. A lone figure approached them. There's McCanner. Bad dog. It's an awful mess from here on out. We've wyverns that have come in from over the mountains and have singed things up a bit. If it hadn't been beaten back flames this past few weeks, we'd been through a month sooner. I don't know how many roads are passable these days. Oh, Kinnear and that none helped us clear out the mess in the mine and left as soon as word reached us the fires were approaching Elvandar. Where did the wyverns come from? Where else, lad? The Northlands. Some new bastard murder leader I hear harassing your kinfolk. I hope you haven't any kits in your arm's way. No, what of the murder? A few is what I had the nerve to cross over from Moralen have already got themselves skewered. Though I know that Prince Callan has been on the frontier looking for others. Biggest concern is as yet is to put out all the flames and get out those who got trapped behind it all. Jesus, I can't read this. Prince Callan. Prince Callan leads. What of war leader Thomas? Poor news indeed. 3 days ago, Thomas led a band of elves to stem raiders what had come from over the river near Moralen. They beat the raiders back alright, but in the melee the warlord took a thrust to his side with a tainted blade. They had to carry him back to Elvandar, though I understand that wasn't without struggle. Thomas wanted to stay, but word was carried back to Aglarana of his condition, and that was the end of that. Prince Callan assumed control of the patrols at that point, and Kenny's still up there, and Kenny's still up near the northeastern fringe of the forest, carrying up Mordell. Does the warlord yet live? That lad has ever been a fighter, and a tenacious one at that. Sure they're letting them cut a leg off and succumb to this poison. I wouldn't worry. I think it took your kin for a turn, though, seeing Thomas fall. I never heard of it happening in the 50 years I've been with your folk. We are required in Elvandar quickly. You mentioned fires. Extinguished now. They're not with. No, where do you British come from? Now, though not without the fair portion of foot stomping and bucket carrying. I thought for a while the whole forest might become one all ferocious blaze, but Tathvar and the rest of the Queen Aglarana spellweavers managed to put out all their business. Then we should have no difficulty returning to Elvandar. I don't know I would exactly say that. There's still a fair number of those wyverns flapping about the forest. Though Tathar's been working night and day to bring the blighters down. Even taught Prince Callan a little bit of spellcraft, what can be the will of the foes that cantankerous lizards. But I understand still hasn't put an halt to the raids. Or the dwarves. We volunteered a few men, but as the elves don't much like outsiders in your realm, we respected your borders. King Dolgan did send a few volunteers to help out the elf queen, but a lot of them took a terrible weariness once they entered the forest and could go no further. They must have fell afoul one of your fabled sleeping glades. Yes, I'm an elf. Caldara. If we may face wyverns, it might be wise if we had our armor repaired. Are there any armor crafts in Caldara? Are there any leaves in Elvandar? You've got daft! Of course there are armor crafts in Caldara. You don't have to go that way though. I can repair it for a few gold, and if you watch close, you might even learn a bit about the craft of repairing armor. Does 100 sovereigns suit you? Yes, actually. Suits me just fine. What do we need to do? Well, I'd be much obliged if you'd remove any armor you might have on under that tunic of yours, and if your elf friend will do the same, he'll get to work. Nah, just watch what I do. Someone told me once a few dents in the armor can actually be beneficial. Something about them catching blows that would ordinarily scrape along the surface and into the chinks. Making some sort of sense when you think about it, I suppose. Maybe it would be a good idea to make armor so that it already has bumps, facets. If it already had them built in, then the armor... Oh, you're finished already. Aye, finished. You'll find your armor is in as good as condition as it can be, lad. Though I dare say you'd have learned a great deal more if you spent more time listening and less time talking. Shit, Owen, please. You're trying to be clever again. That wasn't a lot. But our armor's fixed. So that was McCanner. Backduck Bank. Well, that was his name, right? McCanner Backduck Bank? Backstreet Boy? McCanner? He's back, alright. No one answered. Either they're boring or they're lame. They knocked on the door and waited for a reply. There were some shuffling sounds, and the door swung open, and they found themselves staring down at a dwarf. Well, bless me bones! What brings you lads so far from home? He invited them into his house and offered them some fresh water for their pouches. He asked of their journey, and they told them briefly. You've heard about the troubles being had by the elves, then? He asked. Trouble? Questioned Owen. Aye. Damn the thing. Baby dragons have been attacking Elvandar. Warley Thomas has been doing his best to keep him out, but there's only so much he could do. He talked some more of the attacks and of the strange rock-like inhabitants that had been spotted in the Macmordain Cadal. They surprised him with a description of how they had killed one of the creatures. Thanking him for his kindness, they left. Oh yeah, by the way, fuck off. That's how they say thank you. We established this already earlier in the stream. You know we did. Looks like it used to be a tavern of some kind, but now it's just a poop corner. Ah, but I need to poop, says Gorath. Well, poop all you want, I won't be waiting. Okay. What's these? There's a lot of trees here. There's a lot of trees. Was that the poop tavern? I think so. Spyglass. Spy. Houses. On the road. Surprising. Continue on down the road. Oh. Gorf halted. Blinking slowly, he put a hand over his stomach and looked towards his confused-looking companion. Hold on for a moment, Owen. I wish to speak to you. Hey, why? What is it? I merely wish to prepare you for things that may transpire before we reach Elvandar. There are magics, things ancient, which have kept the Mordel from crossing into the forest of Eladel. But I feel those things have been awakened. I may have some difficulty in completing our journey. Difficulty? What do you mean? It was not my intent to alarm you, only to reassure you that no matter what may happen between here and Elvandar, I have come to consider you a friend. Oh. Gorath! You sweet bean! And there was my Christmas calendar chocolate for the day eaten. Oh, Gorath, you just touched the lonely man's heart. Here, have some spoiled rations. A shop? Could I finally get rid of my... Only no business here now. Nope. Prying open the front door, we find some shitty loot. We leave immediately. Oh, he's so cute. Consider him a friend. And by the way, Owen didn't respond. He's like, this is awkward. I don't consider you a friend at all. I play the music and cast spells, and you're just swinging your sword like an idiot. He leaves after that. Yes, you can do a coat flip. Owen banged on the door with the side of his fist. After a moment, a man's voice called from inside. What do you want? Could you give us some fresh water for our pouches? There's a well just down the road. Now leave me alone. Further conversation didn't seem worth the effort, so they left. Great, thank you for that. You need to visit that house. For the lore, you know. No one had answered the first knock, so Owen knocked again. Finally, a hoarse voice called to them, heavy with a dwarven accent. Who's calling me? You come from the kingdom. Can we come in? Owen asked. Aye, the door's open. Do as you like. They opened the door and entered a dimly lit room, sparsely furnished. In one corner they could make out a shape, apparently laying on a bedroll. Come in. Rest your bones a minute, said the dwarf in a tired voice, with his eyes closed as though he was seeing the event on the inside of each lid. Wow, that's nice description. He told them of his journey from Caldara and of the wyverns he had seen circling Elvandar. The bloody Moradel are roaming about too. Took our sword in the side from one. He rolled over and they could see the deep gash extending from his hip halfway up his hairy back. Ooh, hairy back. Can we do anything for you? Owen winced at the gaping wound. It looks worse than it is. I just need a few more days to rest, that's all. They wished him well and left quietly. Fuck you. Oh, you say it to me? Oh, isn't that the way you say thanks in Dwarven? No, you just said fuck me. Oh, the other one said in Dwarven, you... Fuck off. Oh, that's the one, yeah. Fuck off. Sorry. It's completely different to say fuck you, fuck off. Mind my manners. Finally, we can sell a dang dung dingus. Could you take this too? No. Why am I keeping a crossbow that I never use? Difficult question. Won't answer it. Ooh, key of lineages. We have not seen a key like this. And that's a great tower plate to give to the kobold if we need to. Should I do that? I'm gonna check if there's some notification about that in the thing. A tower plate. Yeah. He'll heal all of your party. Wow, imagine me doing that. Imagine if I did that. Walked all the way back in there. He'll heal my party and that's it. Oh, I'm so glad I checked that out. That would be such an annoyance. Thank you. Here's a heal. What? There's a heal. Thank you for the armor plate. Really? I could rest at the inn 10 times. And, oh. Wow, okay. Great. Okay, I'm glad I didn't do that. Okay, we're gonna buy the key of lineages. And that's good. Do we have lockpicks here? We got powder bags. Rope. You got a lot of stuff though. Oh, poison things. We need that. Who has it on them? We're only got 8. Buy a set of... Buy 2 sets of 2. A pair of 2. 4. A quad. Split 3 goods. Split 3 goods. 564 is the number we've come to this far. Okay. Oh, what's this? Is that a bug? Is that a wyvern? 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 Is that a bug? It's a bush. I really thought it was an enemy. I really thought it was an enemy, but it's just a bush. Okay. And then there's the evil tree behind it. Did you see that? With 2 eyes on them. The evil tree behind. You see the 2 red pixels? Yeah, it wants you. The evil walking trees. It gets you in the night. Are we in Elvendar yet? This is Caldara. Where the hell is Elvendar? And there are no road systems here. And very much a lack of road. Keep moving forward on this road to nowhere. Use your spyglass. Boom, there was a house we just passed. Or something at least. Something worth a note. Huh? We need rest. Yes, yes. There was something here. Huh? Huh? Excuse me? I passed it again. Okay. Okay. Go southwest. I can see only trees, man. There should be a thing here. We passed it again. What? Okay. What? What? You see that? Okay, I can't find whatever this is, but I'm on top of it. Here. Stump. Fucking key. Fucking one key. Oh, it's fine. Meow. I don't know where I'm going. The enemy crept toward them. What could this be? Dragons, perhaps? Don't invite him over, please don't. Skin Gorath. Look at how much spells we got. Go be somebody, Gorath. Okay, this is fine. Oh, he can cast even though he's melee. That's the thing as the Shade too. The Shade did that too. Okay, we're fine. They're just dragons. Or wyverns. Okay. We're good. We're good, chat. No worries here. Only some dragons. Graf motioned for silence. It had been years since he had led his kin through the skirts of the Elder Force on their escape from the Green Heart. The sights and smells were as familiar to him as the lines on the tips of his fingers. Yet there was an unnatural feeling about the area they stood in. Something moves nearby. But it is not one of our blood or any force animal whose movement sounds I know. I thought I was hearing something, a high-pitched sort of whine, coming from the north. It is the same sound. It might be our benefit if we were to see what its source is. What if it's something that thinks we look like dinner? If it wishes us harm, better that we know what stalks us and have the advantage in attack than to allow it to come and eat us when it chooses the moment, don't you think? The choice is yours. I don't want to be eaten by a dragon. Okay. Okay. What is it? What is it? What's this? Do not be afraid of me. I can see that your hearts are true and as such I will do you no harm. How do you know such things about us? I know many things. You're on a quest, are you not? Yes, we are. Can you help us? Not directly, no. Only if you would be willing to find the mortal spellcaster who has been perverting the wills of my kin with a strange device, and retrieve from this man an item stolen from me. He holds an item named after my own person. Eliaim's heart. Yes, we've seen this. Return with it and I will do what I may to assist you. Oh, we know this quest. No, we know this item. Print screen. In the paint. Here we go. I don't want to note it down now on my manual fingers. Okay, so you don't mean me any harm, do you? That's good. So we can just talk to you. Returned. No, we haven't found the murder spellcaster. Westward. What did she say? Westward at the meeting of the waters. Again, please. Westward at the meeting of the waters you shall find him, those of my kin whom he has bound to his will. Take care of them, for they shall fight as if you were an enemy born. At the meeting of the waters. Is there a water meeting? Hello, hello. I'm water number 1. Yes, I'm water number 2. We're quite salty. Ha, we're not. I'm actually freshwater. What are you doing here? You're not an ocean. Get away. This is an ocean water meeting. Ah, sorry. Where's the fjord meeting? It's over there. By the other weird ones. Thank you. Goodbye.
Water posture.
Ah, water meeting. Hey, Pugizan, how you doing? Baba boy, Simbaba boy bum. The enemy crept toward him. We're going to have to fight, Owen said. Yeah, this is this one. These ones again. So it doesn't matter to be in the melee range because they will still. Fucking hell. They will still cast, you know. But only melee, shooty, blasty. Just rest your strength up a bit. This is perfect. Easy. But they're not carrying anything, these dragons. These dragons are just nothing of interest. But I'm going kind of northeast, am I not? No, wait, I went west to the meeting of the waters. Is it over there, or is it at the bridge? This seems to be a very weird location. So I need to have my great map sense on. We call it Mr. Map Sense. 2 things over there. What a great map sense, Owen. You did it. Ice ran the length of Owen's spine. Ooh. I think I found the Mordell Dingus. The best way to do this is to just make sure Gorath stays alive. We should probably buff before this fight. Well, if he freezes him, that isn't gonna help, is it? No, he doesn't freeze him, he uses that thing. This is fine. He's cold. Oh, I still get a turn. Then Iron Skin myself as well. It's a perfect moment. Skin of the dragon. Skin me! Just edging closer to that guy. She's leaving because she used all her spells. Points to try to attack me. Look at Skin of the Dragon doing the work, huh? I can't hit for shit, but you know. I'm still here. Cast all you want, I'm gonna get you. Oh, come on. Got him. So what I could do is to transfer some stamina to Gift of Snug. Give him some extra. Make sure he can hit better. 67. I've seen better. Hit. Hit something. One hit. I hate. You're off for a bit. Thanks for stream, Stealthy. Good luck with the game. Have a nice stream. Thank you so much for the kind words, Infinity. Appreciate ya. It looks a bit blue, yeah. Oh shit! His aura is gone. Thanks so much for being here, Infinity. Take care. Oh! Such a long, drawn-out fight. I poop you. We'll prepare better. I wasn't prepared for the fight anyways. And we should note down directly where we are here. As far back as we can go. This is what it looks like to... No, wait, this is not what it looks like. Where was the girl? We followed the road north from where we were earlier. So I think if we follow the water, I think we can find right back to her. Okay, so first and foremost, rest. That's a decent idea. And then, Gorath, steroids. Steroids. Or we could use the oilcloth to have room. Yeah. And then we can go west. Can't really see them, can we? The fight just happens. What? Wasn't it here? It was going west. What? Oh, here. Okay. So first, give him a really strong start. Skin the dragon. 15. Nice hit. They go down immediately. Nice. Now you skin yourself. good. Yo. What? I didn't hit her. Aye! They move so far away. Graf only has speed of 3, that's his problem. Hey Owen, do me a favor. Keep shooting her a little bit. Get her low, and we can rest here together. Can she move only one now? No, she can move more than one. And no one gets to practice, you know? She moves one now. Still cast that though. We'll have to move closer. Just don't mind me regaining our stamina for free. Graf, you're out. You missed. Wow. Well, I missed the hex, the grid. Good. We got Ilium's heart. Ba-doom, ba-doom. That's the theme song. Ooh, harte. Nam 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 nam. Harte. Otti totti. Yum yum. Oh. Tasty. So there's still 2 things up here. To the northwest. I can't see for the life of me what it is. I mean, what? I mean, here. There. We bought this key. Doesn't work. Hey. Oh, another one of these. Sure. There was supposed to be one more. Oh, man. This is such a messy... There's so many trees. Is this the other one? Fucking hell. You fucking died. Oh, the girl, Scooby-Doo-Bop. Skibidi-Boop. Sang-da-gingo. Did I save? Yes, thank the Lord in heaven. No. Thank you. Skibidi-Bop. Turn into Bill Crosby there. Hey. Wow, whoa. That was gifts. Oi.
Subscriber.
Dragon Smoke gifted av tier 1.
Good morning, Orcus. And thank you so much, Dragon Smoke. You're too kind in this channel, you know that.
Dragon Smoke gifted av tier 1 sub 2 Mattea.
It's that time again.
Subscriber.
Dragon Smoke gifted av tier 1 sub 2 Kitsobin.
Thank you.
Subscriber.
Dragon Smoke gifted av tier 1 sub.
My text is in the way on the game. Thank you so much. Couch Adventure. I love it.
Dragon Smoke gifted av tier 1 sub 2 Korsadventurer.
Korsadventurer. Not Couch Adventurer, Korsadventurer. Thank you so much, Dragon Soak, for the 5 gift community subs. What can I say? I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. You always give me some gifts. And it's not even Christmas yet. Yeah, you gotta love the Norwegian text speech. Axel's so good at trying. Thank you so much, though. Appreciate that. Honk so many gift. And welcome in, Orcus. I saw you. How you doing, Orcus? Good to have you here. So let's go back to the lady in distress. Doing good so far. Yeah, me now. I'm doing great now. I got some gifts. There she is. Just waking up to me coffee with the golem. Have you returned with the Elim's heart? Yes. Oh, we nodded his head. He retrieved the heart and made his way, apprehensively, to the Brasaki. Hands trembling slightly, he placed the object in front of the creature, then quickly stepped away. You have done what I was asked, and now shall you be rewarded. Goin takes down his pants. It said, producing a dozen packages of rations. Also, there's something which was left on the shores of the river ages ago, which will be of assistance to you on the road ahead. Please take it, in thanks from all my kin. Shores of the river ages ago, which will left assist you on the road. Okay. On the shores of this river. There's a lot of river. Is the shell valuable? In many ways you never fully imagine, but its uses are many. While it bears little on that which you seek, you may yet find another thing you desire. What of Elvendar? Which is the best route there? By 2 roads may you reach the Queen of the Eladel. If you wander the main roads, there are many hazards, but your enemies shall face you. Wander the path less traveled, and you may find you face a less substantial opponent. In this, Prince Kaelin may be of assistance. Farewell. So, if by traveling the main roads, many hazards will be there. Wander the path less traveled, you may find you face less substantial opponents. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you again, Dragon Smoke, for the very kind. As much as I'd like to keep what we found, we can barely manage. Okay, There was something different about the shell. Perhaps it was in the color or texture, but he was sure he had never seen another quite like it in all the trading meets he had ever attended. The other thing about it was a pattern of 10 bumps on the inner lip of the shell. It's a lot of rations. We don't need that much food, thank you so much. It's fine. I appreciate it. But, yeah. So enough food. I'll take 14 now in case we... No, nobody buys our rations back, so... 3, I think 3 and 3 is more than enough. We're gonna probably limit it to 2, but... So this was the shore of the river, right? We got the loot. It was the shell. That was the one she gave us. So we don't have to look for it. So to Eladel, the road less traveled is the road better traveled. The main road is danger. And we haven't talked to that dude though. You can go to the main bridge road because we are danger boys. Because at least at this point, what has happened is that these enemies and these dragons, they're not really that good. In this chapter, at this point in the chapter, the enemies are inferior for once. It feels like chapter 2 again, you know? Oh, what's this? Still panting from the climb. Oh, and studied the tree house. I think we just wasted our energy climbing up here. There doesn't seem to be anyone about. Ah, you idiots. Ah, you fantastic idiots. Oh, there's a lot of things to look at. Southwest, barely. Oh, that was the well. Okay. But there was something back there. on this edge. Here. Uh-huh. Should we try to open it? Yes. Crow. 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 Shit. So much for that excitement. Oh, another wyvern egg. Oh, this is the first wyvern egg for these guys, though. So I'll let these ones go. So we got another crossbow we can sell. Perhaps. So this is valuable. Even though I got 3,500. Do you like the key sound effect? Okay. Yeah, Daniel did too. At least you get to listen to it to its full glory, because there's no music when you do that. So click, skull-dip, skill-click, skull-click. Sorry. I'm being a bit weird. Amazing, you say. The road less traveled. You know what? Let's go to the main road. I'm not afraid. The enemy crept toward him. This is probably a wyvern. Oh, a black wyvern. This is fine. Don't panic. Do whatever you always did. 10 skins to go have. Good timing. Bad timing. Ah, only 13. Now you can skin yourself. Not like that meaning, you know, but... Oh, well, just get this one, Graph. See? So these fights, if this is what they mean about travel the main road is dangerous, but there's just these dragons. They don't do a lot of damage. That was the wrong turn to do. But... Exactly. This is piece of cake. Compared to what we've been through earlier. Facing 6 mages, 4 mages at a time that frees you, you don't get a chance to act. Seems to be a thing of the past currently. Should I jinx myself this openly? Yeah? No? Maybe not. But do I believe in jinxing? No. Fellowship of the Ring, 574. The beginning. Welcome in, Hardar. Good to have you here. I love the name. Sounds so... fellowshipy. There was something here. Here. Another wyvern egg. But if these are the wyverns you're looking for, then I have one wyvern egg and I'm not afraid to cast a spell. If this is it, I already have one. Should I care? Should I care or should I know? I got bean bags. I can remove the bean bags. There isn't enough room to remove the beanbag. And take 2 eggs. I don't know if I need these. But I have them now. Journey Beings, 575. Fellowship of the Front. Flumblegator. Yeah, so if this is all it is... Enemy advanced. This is a different text. Might not be the dragons. It is the dragons, but a spellcaster among them. Looks like we have ourselves a different trick. So... Where is it? False Night Clouds. $20? Yeah, I can live with that. No worries. I've had worse. Much worse. Yeah, this is fine. But calm down on Owen, okay? Say hello to my girlfriend in the couch. Hello, girlfriend in the couch of Daddle. Welcome into your husband's weird addiction. She's confused over there. So it's fine. I could probably held instead. Hold. Well, hello there. Not like that hello. Oh, dragon. Oh, confusion away. Looks like we have to do something else here. A grief of 1,000 nights. If she can grieve.
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? Hey, girlfriend, how's it going? If we just go here while she's being held, we can just do this. Get our stamina back up. Just stand close to her so she can't cast a spell if she gets back. There you go. This is a new way to do it. See? The fight won't end here. Too bad for you. The torment is not over. 34. There it is. And there we go. Hey, you. I see you. Hey, you. Hey, bang. Figure guns, you know. That sort of thing. The mage has 2 things. We have 11 things. Can we stack it on the thing? Yes. Oh, yeah, we can get 1 thing. So if we use a thing, we can get 1 thing. I am a streamer and I use the words. Put the thing on the toaster. On the toaster? No. Never play with the toasters, everybody. Okay, so continue the main road. I'm not afraid of the main road. On the path of the main we go. This is leads to Elvendar, I know. Preoccupations dulled their senses. Oi, oi, oi! It's the one we don't care about. It's just like playtest. I see a dragon to the northwest. Here. They agreed to attack slowly. Then we had caught their scent. Okay, so slowly we get surprised by them. Ah, we get to act first. So they caught their scent, but still. messing up. Here it is. We only need 5 skins. This goes fast. Quick fight incoming. Good shielding, Goraf. Good job. This spell is so good. I can't wait to get Patros back and be disappointed. Ah, man, am I excited for that? Hit him! No, I thought he was gonna die, actually. Okay, it's up to Owen. You get him. Kyo! No. Kyo! It's on you, Owen. Hey, Haldar! Thank you for the Prime sub.
Subscriber.
Oh wow, it's true. It's only 10.5 hours until the mark. That's right. So Daddle has a bet that at least one time one game that I play will end at 66.7, is it? Or is it 67.6 hours? Can't remember. 67.5. And it might be at least... Oh, I actually got hurt there.
Now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to watch...
Stealthygolem.
Where is it?
Thank you. Good. I also finally changed... thank you so much, Harder. I appreciate that. And the Prime. I've been chosen as the Prime suspect. I also finally made it this one with the eye as well.
I love it.
Because, you know, I only had it on the 11th.
I love it.
So now, no mistakes will be made anymore. So now we can love it either way you want it. No, not that one. Not like this. It was supposed to be like this. That's a bit funny, actually. I played this game for 55 hours now, and I'm still intrigued. The summoning got a little... It was still good, but it has sometimes... I was a bit... But the story here is nice. A very large pair of wings. A creature landed, prepared for combat. Uh-oh. Is it a big dragon? No! It's the same! I'm not afraid of these! That kind of sucks, though. You left them out in the open, Goraf. Okay, if we stand behind here. Goraf's shield. Ow. Sorry for your narcissism. Oh, you're cool. You're just a joke. It's fun. Don't worry, Donald. Hey, Sassy! I remember you. You followed me from Mel's horrible advertisement for me. Thank you so much for the follow yesterday and welcome in. How you doing? We need to rest here, but you know what? We're gonna just wait a little bit, hit one more dragon, and then we're gonna sleep. Make the other one frozen in despair. Come on, touch him. Go touch him, Owen. Get him, Owen. Hey! It's fine. Only 13. So. Hey. Yes. Well, you remember, I remember. Okay, so. Now, before we start resting up again, it's time to hold. Should be here. Grief of 1,000 Nights. Hold. Is it this slot or this slot? I can't tell. That one, okay. Graf's fine, but we need more rest on Owen. So like this, we can get our health and stamina back, so... There you go. Remember the 1 minute cooldown, Orcus. No greetings, Rip. Okay, I got you back.
Greetings and salutations.
Okay, is that good for you? It's just to prevent people from coming in there like, oh, sound effects. Bing, bing, bang, 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 boom, little da, 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 boo, little sound effect, sound effect, sound effect, sound effect, sound effect, sound effect, da, 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 beedly da, 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 da. Sound effect here and sound effect there, there, and here and there, and then ba, 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 da, beedly, ba. Hey, people like that. Yeah, prevent people like me. He's still frozen. Ah, he's frozen no more. Attack! It's a dragon! Look at all this fancy man sound effects. Look at all them sound effects. But those are the ones that make sense, are the most important ones. The honk. The honk if you got him. Let's see how we can do this. Everybody honk in 5 seconds. Who's here? Who knows? That's not a honk. But I appreciate the effort. What? I tried, yeah. If it was a goose who said
Top of
that.
my to-do list.
If it was a goose who said it, it would be a very crazy and scary goose. Imagine walking up to a goose. Other geese are like, and you meet one goose like, I'd be super terrified. And if it runs towards me as well, if I have bread in my hand, which I usually walk around with at least one slice of bread whenever I walk around the streets. Because if a beggar comes up, I was like, and I just throw the bread at them, and then the beggar runs away. So always walk around with a slice of bread in your hand. Pro tip. You can save your life. It sounded like distant war drums. Owen stopped and cocked one ear, a puzzled expression on his face. He was about to comment on the strange sound when the cool wind suddenly kicked up swirls of dust around him. Looking up, he was terrified to see the sound was not caused by the beating of drums. It was the beating of a big belly. Very large pair of wings. Yeah, okay, the same thing. It was a beating of a great big man. We got him, Chief. Another set of dragons. Okay, now, just let Owen survive one beating. Too much betting, you're asking for trouble. Exactly. Then they will approach you because you have bread. You know? One slice of bread is enough to warrant as a surprise attack. If you are carrying a bread already sliced, they'll sniff you out and they'll come looking for you, just like birds, you know? And then you'll be a problem. But one slice of bread is enough to be like having you can throw it out of your pocket if you like to. This takes time. We might have used too few skins for Owen. We might return here. I think I should run up to Gorath. There we go. Look, you're out of the skin, but it's fine because it's your turn to act, so. That's nice. It's all fine now. Got him. It's soon the fight's over. There's a lot of dragon fireball effects. Good. Good dragons. I don't think they ever carry any loot, to be honest. 41 strength. Oy, oy, oy. He's healing. What's going on here? Oh yeah, it's the he took some roots. He ate some roots. I hope you have an amazing rest of your stream and evening. Yes, thank you so much. It is currently 13:40 p.m. So 1:40 p.m. 13:40 would just be digital. Saying PM would be, what you call it? Devoid. What you call it when it doesn't matter? The word. Overdoing it. I forgot the word. But yeah, it's afternoon, early afternoon. I'm having a blast. I hope you have a fantastic evening, Sassy McPhee. Graf faltered. We have come to the moment, Graf said. Elvandar lies just ahead. Perhaps the Eladel may put this match of Macross to rest. Owen nodded, peering into the heights, hoping to catch a glimpse of the fair folk on their elaborate balconies among the leaves. I am almost afraid to go on, Owen said. What if what we're looking for isn't there? What if the elves think we're invaders and try to kill us? We will not be harmed, Graf said, gasping as the magic of the elven force attempted to turn him aside. If you think it's time to enter the city, then I follow. It is your decision, Owen. Yes. They emerged among the trees. Cutscene. Opened the door. Owen gaped. Awash in light, and Vandar glistened. Its circuitous fairy walkways decked in glowing lanterns of brushed gold and crystal. Above, a canopy of silver-white leaves arched over the whole of the tree-top city, masking from view whether sun or moon reigned in the skies beyond. Korath, isn't this the most perfect place you've ever seen? I've never dreamt of anything like this. Squire, if you can hold your tongue for a moment, it might behoove you to bow to the queen. Flushed with embarrassment, Owen turned heel, shriveling as he noticed the cloaked figures who waited patiently upon their thrones. Quickly he folded in obedience. Hoping sincerely that human manners would be appropriate in the Elven court. We have come from Krondor with the news about Pug of Stardock. We were in hopes. Silence, child. Queen Aglarana spoke gently, her pale blue eyes glowing in the shadows. Though we would hear our dear friend Pug, we must first attend to the unraveling of eons. Inclining her head towards Gorath, her voice and composure took on a grave edge. You have come before us as a Moradel, but never may you leave Elvandar as such. Are you willing to return to us, your ancient kin, cousin? Gorath back to Elven? Rage flashed in his eyes. Trembling with emotion, Gorath advanced on the queen, his hand darting to the hilt of his sword. No, don't do it! No, Gorath! Owen gasped, knowing his voice was too small to stay his friend's wrath. You can't! I was Gorath of the clan. Ardanian, he spat, his voice thick with an Aeda's contempt. Color drained from his face as he gripped even more tightly from the sword side. I am Gorath. Hey, you! I am Gorath, and I formally return to the Eladil and swear fealty to Aglarana, Queen of Elves, and to Thomas, Prince, Consort, and War Leader. Oh. Good job, Gorath. Falling to one knee, he knelt low before Aglarana's feet. I am yours to command, lady. His heart hammering an unsteady tattoo in his chest, Owen stared in frank appraisal of the elves before him. Except for a glazed expression lingering on Prince Consort Tom's face, he saw no evidence that any of them had witnessed anything unusual. Rise, from this day forward, you are no longer Moradel, Goraf. You are a member of the family of Elvandar and of the Eladel. When your quest is done, you will return here to be one of us. That is our desire. What is the news of Pug? As if awakening from a dream, the elven war leader spoke the magician's name with great concern, his dark eyebrows rising in interest as Owen began to elaborate the details. At times he would request that certain details be repeated, but always his glassy eyes became sharply focused when Owen spoke the names of Pug and members of Arutha's court. So this is Owen. By the moons, that means trouble. Thomas coughed as the boy finished his tale. The Book of Macross is not a book, but instead a gift that Pug gave to me long ago. Is that the war leader? I was to use it to come to him if ever he felt the message for me. I must go. You cannot, love. Even now I can sense the effects of the pain-killing herb beginning to wear off, Aglarana said, laying a pale hand on Thomas's shoulder. As if broaching a delicate subject, she continued quietly. 3 days ago, the war leader was struck with a poisoned blade. Only last evening did his fever abate, but he demanded to be brought here when he heard that what the Moradel was returning. He hasn't the strength for the trip. You must go in his stead. Don't try my patience, Aglarana. Pug needs my help and I shall go. Struggling to gain his feet, he blanched with the effort, standing straight only by groping the back of his throne. How many of our kin carried you here, my warlord? Her voice laced with concern. Was it 5 or 6? You are no longer possessed by the soul of Ashen Sugar, and you are not gifted with immortality. None doubt your strength of loyalty, Thomas, but you owe it to Pug to send able help. As always, my love, you're always wise. His strength beginning to fail him. Reaching beneath the seat of his throne, he brought forth a leather tome covered with dust. Fucking hell. Get the fuck away from me, this fucking tome, please. Oh, look at us. Hey, what's up? We may not be the strongest or the fastest, Thomas, but we are able and we are here. Send us to him. I have little choice, Goraf. You shall be my emissary in this. May the blessings of Elvandar go with you. And tell Pug, I'm sorry. We shall. Fucking black! Chapter 7, The Long Ride. Bells tolled in the towers of Northwarden. Jubilant guards shouted from the walls, slapped backs. They're slapping backs on each other, you know? The soldiers, they did well. They won the war over there. Exchange war stories only days old. Already a bard was milling through the crowd, gathering names and places, scribbling them down as fast as he could. Tonight, they would gather, and they would drink, and they would pay old Tamny the minstrel each time he sang their names. Listening to the general hubbub drifting in through an open shutter, Signor James allowed himself a grim smile as he dropped down to where Arutha and Locklear conferred over a bat map. By day's end, I warrant that Delican would have died on the sword point of every man here, James said. It's a shame he wasn't really leading that raid. Indeed, Arutha agreed, his eyes shrouded as he brooded about something. I would like to ask him a few questions. I leave for Highcastle at noon. Even though the Moradel have turned from here, I am certain that the first of them will be upon our troops, thereby sunup tomorrow. Fortunately, my army will be there to greet them. Still, I wish I knew what they were up to. Arutha glanced up, startled as a page boy skidded into the chamber. Your pardon, my lord? They've captured the Moradel raiding leader. Without pause, Arutha's eyes hardened. Prepare him for questioning. Ayo! Cooperate now, Moradel, and I promise you'll live to see your children become adults. Daunt me and I'll have your eyes for necklace beads and your manhood for an inkwell. My death will be unimportant. If you think we shall torture you to death, I would advise that you ponder my mood. Anxious though I am to have my answer, I will keep you screaming this side of death a month or a year until I feel well satisfied that we have heard all you have to say. A day, a month, you're already rust. Nail my entrance to your doorpost, feed my brain to your dogs. It will not matter. Even if you act now, you'll be too late. You will win only pain for your trouble. Instruct him, torturer. Fuck you. Okay, oil. You do not listen. No. The secret is Cephanon. We shall free him. What secret? Why to Cephanon? 10 years ago we attacked. With Mandamus, you'd captured, imprisoned him. Deluded fool, we killed Mandamus of Cephanon and burned his bones with potash. There's nothing there for Delicon to find. A lie. We have spied. What else could you guard so closely? How does he think he will win past our garrison at High Castle? He hasn't enough men. Answer me! The rift machine. The Six have a machine. It can take them to place like a door between great distances. Elven, while your troops die at Cephanon, you will walk through the machine. We shall be through the dim wood inside Cephanon a week before you can reach us. Your troops will be exhausted. The day will be ours. A rift machine inside a dim wood? Look at his eyes. Huh? That bastard Tyranny magician has been consorted with Delicon. Fucking where is my aunt? She should be taking care of my baby. Did I leave the oven on? Torturer! Tell Signors James and Locklear to ride to Dimwood. They must find and destroy that rift machine while to High Castle and divert our forces once more. Time is of the essence. The long ride, destroy the Murder rift machine. Oh, fucking Patras. Fucking Patras. Please. It's a great point to end it at. We're close to 7 hours and we just got in a new chapter, so if you don't mind me, I'll be leaving now. Sorry, but thank you so much for joining in on the stream today. No! Hey, it's a new chapter. It's a good timing, you know. Thank you so much for being here. Let's listen to some music before we go and hedge out. Like this, like so. Thank you so much for being here today, everybody. Thank you for all the lurkers, for all the support. Dragonsmoke for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, Hard Out, with the subscription for the Prime. That's the support for today. Thank you. Water posture. I should. That was a good cutscene. That was really interesting, though. Yeah, but I needed the water. That was a lot of voice acting and heavy stuff. Hey, Bumblebee, lurk. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, is it Bloodstone again? I think. I forget my own schedule. Let's see. Let's see here. My schedule is Bloodstone tomorrow. Same time tomorrow, it's Bloodstone. Okay? So we're making good progress in both games now. That's good to know. Ah, yes. Looks like we got some... Munt is on. I know that he's just... This is going to be great. Because Munt doesn't think his stream is classy, but I love his streams. So we're gonna raid, please. Ban Munt. Even though he's doing some architecture with schoolwork now, we're going to annoy him, okay? Because I love the dude. He has a great community. And I wish you all to take part in it. So, join me, would you? Over to Munt's place. And, if you like to, he's maybe a bit more vulgar than me sometimes, but he's a hoot. Trust me. And give him a follow. He's just new, starting with streaming, but his quality is great. So, thank you so much, everybody. There's very much light right now, so I don't get to see everything. But thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow as well, if you haven't already. Check out the social link for YouTube archive. I have all my streams over there. Also, the Discord is where you can talk to me offline when I'm not live, because I'm pretty active on there if there's anything that I need to check out. We're also doing a slight casual vote for what we should do on January. Maybe an Ultima month or not. I'm not sure yet. Anyways, see you later. This is the image. We're leaving with this. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for the love today and the support. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye, everybody. Love ya.